Ready now. Get.
Buckle in and prepare for a great lineup tonight, starting with The Twilight Zone, ZeroHour, Suspense, Mystery Theater, The Inner Sanctum, Theater 5, Escape, X-1, Dimension X, and Space Patrol.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
All right, men, we've got clear skies and a calm sea. Now let's get this ship back on course.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, what is your present course and speed?
Steaming on course 26 degrees true. Speed 10 knots, sir.
Very well. Come right to new course 270 and indicate turns for 15 knots.
Aye, aye, sir. Helmsman, come right to new course 270.
Aye, sir. Coming right to new course 270.
All engines ahead standard. Indicate 126 turns for 15 knots.
Aye, sir. Engine room. All engines ahead standard 126 turns for 15 knots. Engine room answers. All engines ahead standard 126 turns for 15 knots, sir.
All secure, Captain.
Glad to hear it, Ensign. Any damage?
No, sir. We took in a lot of water in the storm, though. That was one heck of a swell back there.
I'm aware of the storm, Mr. Marmer. I'm also aware of the swell. And what I'm also aware of is that that boat was not properly hoisted. A 13-year-old Sea Scout would have rigged it in a stored position.
Right, sir.
You can tell the chief bosun's mate that I want to see him in my quarters, on the double.
Aye, aye, sir.
Chief Bosun's Mate Bell reporting his orders, sir.
At ease, Chief. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, should it?
Sir?
That state of being at ease. You're the champion of the fleet when it comes to being at ease, Bell.
I don't understand, sir.
The devil you don't. This couldn't be clearer to you if it came in diagrams. You are the chief bosun's mate on board this ship. You run the deck division, you handle the rigging in and out, you supervise the heavy equipment, and there are 8 or 10 other cardinal duties you are responsible for. Not the least of which, chief bosun's mate Bell, is the proper securing of the whale boat. Now, last night we had a bad swell, and that boat should have been rigged in. Instead, it was left swung out, and as a result, she's 80% damaged and filled up like a swimming pool. Question, Chief. Where were you?
Begging the captain's pardon.
Don't beg my pardon. Just tell me, in a brief explanatory way, why you couldn't handle the initiatives of a chief bosun's mate, and why the efficiency of this ship has had to suffer as a result. We had 9 hours' notice of that storm, Bell. This ship should have been 100% prepared. It wasn't, and I want to know why.
I did all I could, sir. I haven't been feeling up to par.
Did you report to sickbay?
No, sir.
Speak up, Chief.
No, sir, I didn't report to sickbay.
Look, Chief, I'm not in the business to pistol whip my crew. I want a tight ship, that's true, but I happen to care very much if any one of my sailors has a problem and can't function because of it. You've rated 4-0 all the way down the line for as long as you've served on this ship. And then suddenly, in the past 3 days, you stowed all your seamanship in a trunk someplace and came up with a bunch of dumbhead boners that I would expect from a 17-year-old boot. Bell, what is the problem? There is a problem, huh?
No problems, sir. I'll watch it in the future.
All right, Chief. We'll leave it that way, then. If you want to bend my ear at any time, you know where my cabin is. I'm available. Keep that in mind.
Yes, sir. I will, sir.
All right, then. That'll do it.
Aye, aye, sir.
Chief? Hey, Chief, are you all right?
What?
You okay, Chief? You looked a little woozy there.
Yeah, I'm okay.
What am I listening to?
Sir, contact bearing 280, 1100 yards, echo quality sharp. Evaluate as possible submarine.
Submarine?
But not moving, sir. Dead in the water.
Shift the control to listen.
Sounds like hammering or something, sir.
Bridge sonar.
Bridge eye.
We have contact, bearing 030 degrees true, range 1100 yards. Appears to be a metal object.
What kind of object, sonar?
We can't tell, sir. From the sound of it, it's some kind of small ship, perhaps a subhull.
Bridge eye. Sonar reports a contact, Captain. Evaluation is a possible submarine.
A possible what? Stay on course. I'm going down to the sonar shack.
Incident 100 miles off the coast of Guadalcanal. Time 1963. A United States naval destroyer on what has been a most uneventful cruise, except for a few tense moments with a storm front. Nothing unusual. But in a moment they're going to send a man down 30 fathoms and check on a noisemaker. Someone or something tapping on cold steel. You may or may not have read the results in a naval report, because Captain Beecham and his crew have just set a course that will lead this ship and everyone on it deep into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The 30-Fathom Grave, starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That's it, huh?
That's the sound, sir.
How long have you been in contact?
About 3 minutes, sir.
That's a funny one. Sounds like tapping on metal, doesn't it?
That's what I think, sir.
Bridge. Change course to 030 and reduce speed to 5 knots. Try to make contact by underwater telephone.
I've already tried, sir. I get no response.
Listen. It stopped now.
Just like that?
Sonar still has the contact, sir. I'll leave it on.
Stay on it. I'll be on the bridge.
Steady on course 030. All engines ahead, 1/3. 50 RPMs for 5 knots, sir.
Maintain course and speed.
Anything in sight?
Nothing, sir.
We're directly over the object.
All right, all engines stop.
All engines stop.
Aye, sir. All engines stop. Engine room answers, sir. All engines stopped. Do you hear it, sir?
Wait, hold it. Hold it. I want dead quiet all over the ship. Tell those sailors on deck to can it.
Ain't that a kick in the head? What do you suppose it is?
Ghosts, man. Ghosts. What do you think it is, Chief?
I'm not sure. I've never heard nothing like that before.
Stow it! Let's keep it quiet down there.
They want us to be quiet so they can listen to it. What I want to know is, listen to what? Where you going, Belle?
I don't feel so good.
You don't look so good either.
Make it stop. My head. Easy, Belle. You'll fall overboard.
I said quiet out here. What's the problem?
We got a man down, sir.
What happened?
Nothing. Looks like you fainted.
We'll get him down to sickbay.
Yes, sir.
Where am I?
In the sick bay. You all right now, Belle?
Yes. I'm okay, Doc. What?
You blacked out up there.
I said I'm okay.
You better stay horizontal for a little while longer. I'm serious. Captain's orders.
I'll be all right.
I wouldn't doubt it, but right now you look like a Class A shipwreck.
We still stopped?
Still stopped. They're all curious as to what's making the noise.
That noise.
What's the trouble?
It's just such an odd feeling.
What kind of feeling?
I can't describe it.
Lie back down now.
What's the needle for?
Just relax, Chief. Get some sleep. This'll help.
Sure. Sure. That's all I need. A little sleep. Doc?
Yeah, Bell?
What do you suppose is down there?
Don't worry about it. You just go to sleep. Whatever it is, the captain will know what to do.
I want you to stay grafted to me, Lieutenant.
Sir?
Take notes on everything that happens from now on. I may turn in a report that'll stick me on a garbage tanker or even a naval hospital. I want 15 witnesses at my hearing who are on my side.
Could be a sub, and we could be hearing it. It's only about 30 fathoms.
Yeah, sure, it could be a sub, mister. That's probably what it is, but what about this sub? Has it got 2 arms and a fist? Because somebody's making noise down there. We have a diver on board?
Yes, sir.
What's his name?
McClure in the 1st Division. He's a qualified diver.
Tell him to report on the double. We'll send him down. Have him knock on the door.
I see. And then what, sir?
We'll see who invites him in.
Bosun's mate McClure, report to the bridge on the double.
Hey, that's me.
Yep, that's who it is.
What do you think they want?
Maybe they want to make you an admiral.
McClure reporting, sir.
You're the diver?
Right, sir.
All right, I'm going to give it to you straight, McClure. Now, here's the picture. There's something down there, directly below us.
Something, sir?
We don't know what it is yet, just that it's a metal object about the size of a sub-hull. That's where you come in. I want you to get your equipment and go down there. Stay in contact from the moment you hit water to the moment you reach it, understood?
I understand.
Whatever that object is, there may be somebody inside, or at least something that's making the noise. When you get down there, I want you to listen closely and tell me what you hear. We may be getting it distorted.
Yes, sir.
All right, then, hop to it.
Aye, sir.
What we're hearing doesn't make any sense. It's crazy.
It is that, Lieutenant.
But if it isn't a sub, sir, what is it?
Maybe it's a Spanish galleon, Lieutenant, with a treasure chest and a loose lid that's off its hinges. Or maybe it's just our imagination.
Well, we'll sure find out. As soon as he suits up, they'll lower him down. And then we'll know.
Yeah, I sure hope so, Lieutenant. One way or another. I hope you're right.
Okay, McClure, you got the suit secured?
Yeah, give me the helmet.
You sure you want to do this?
Captain's orders.
Me, I couldn't take it. Claustrophobia. Pretty cold, huh?
Hey, you guys just make sure my air hose doesn't get a kink in it.
That's top priority, McClure. Any snafu, you give a holler, and we'll pull you right up.
Well, what if his radio cuts out?
Tug on the rope and you're out of there. Okay, McClure?
You got that right. Let's do it.
Hand him the helmet, sailor. Lower away!
Bridge, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. This is the captain. Keep talking.
Yes, sir.
What do you see, McClure?
It's a sub, sir. No question about that.
Have you reached her?
I'm standing right alongside, sir. I don't hear anything, though.
McClure?
Her bow is buried about 15 feet into the bottom. I can't read any identification. It's covered. Or rusted over.
On the side of the conning tower, McClure. Can you read a number there?
No, sir. There's damage. Number's been obliterated.
McClure, you hear that?
Yes, sir, I do. It's coming from midship. I'm moving toward there now.
Tap on the hull, McClure. See if you can get a response. Was that you, McClure?
Yes, sir. No response, sir. I don't hear anything anymore.
McClure, there should be 3 hatches. On the bow, on the conning tower, and on the stern. Is the ship upright?
She's upright, sir. At about a 30-degree angle.
I understand, McClure. Climb up on her deck and check the hatches. See if you can open them.
The bow hatch is buried, sir. I can't get through to that. But, wait a minute. I'll check on the one over the conning tower.
McClure, what's the condition?
The conning tower hatch is all bent, sir. I can't move the wheel. The whole deck appears to have been strafed. Wait a minute. Hatch on the stern the same way, sir. I can't turn her. Whoever she is, sir, she must have caught it.
Say again, McClure. She must have what?
Caught it, sir. The whole deck is pockmarked with shell damage. Machine gun damage, too.
Is that you, McClure?
No, sir. It's coming from inside the hull.
Answer it, McClure. Answer it right away.
This is crazy.
McClure, can you pinpoint the sound? Can you tell precisely where it's coming from?
I think it's... Wait a minute. Yes, sir. Directly midship, just below the tower.
Keep trying. We have to know whether anyone's inside that sub.
No more contact, sir.
Stay on it for as long as you can, McClure. Come up when you're ready.
Aye, aye, sir.
Get the comm, officer. I want to send a message. Action of 7th Fleet, info to SyncPack. Appraise them of the situation. Get on it.
Yes, sir. Radio bridge.
Radio I.
Captain wants a message. Action to comm 7th Fleet. Info SyncPack Fleet. Have located sunken sub. Position latitude 09-30-00 south. Longitude 160-48-00 east. Request, confirm location of all known sinkings this area. Will remain this area until further advised. Precedence, operational, immediate.
Aye, sir.
Any ideas, Captain?
An even dozen, but every one of them nullifies the one ahead of it. If it's one of our subs, we should have gotten a report on it. And even if it's somebody else's, why haven't they gone out the torpedo tubes?
That's what I was thinking, sir.
Which brings us down to another common denominator. That sub has been hit by shell fire. So, whatever action took place must have happened within a period of hours, or else there wouldn't be anyone still alive. But there's been no action. We'd have seen it, or heard it. They put them all together and they spelled nothing. When McClure comes up, tell him to dry off and report to the sonar shack. That's where I'll be.
Oh, no. No! What?
How do you feel, Chief?
Feel?
You had a good sleep?
For how long?
A few hours.
What's new down below?
Nothing much. Scuttlebutt is we'll try to take her in tow.
Hey, Doc. I was just wondering about something.
Go ahead.
It's this feeling of mine.
What kind of feeling?
It's hard to describe. I get this feeling that I can't stay in one place. It's like I gotta get up and go out. It's this crazy feeling that
That you're what, Chief?
That somebody is pushing me, making me go someplace. I know, that sounds nuts, but that's the only way I can describe it. Just as though somebody was about to give me an order and I was just sitting around and waiting for it. And when it comes, I gotta throttle myself to sit tight and not move. And if I didn't give it every effort, I'd go up on deck and I'd never come back. That sounds nuts, doesn't it?
Don't worry about what it sounds like. That's a pretty complicated piece of machinery you got on your shoulders. Does a lot of things we don't understand. And a lot of things we do understand. I think you'd better stay down here for a while. You'll be okay, sailor. Just rest and take it easy. And will you unclench those fists?
I'll try, Doc.
How you doing, McClure?
Fine, sir. I could use some hot coffee.
Well, you can drink a gallon of it if you want. Just tell me, what did we find out?
I don't know, sir.
I don't know either, Bosun. Just tell me what you do know.
There's somebody inside her. I'd lay odds on that. 3 or 4 times when I pounded on the hull, that's when somebody answered me.
Well, what about the sub itself? Could you judge her length?
Well, I guess her to be about 300 feet, sir. Maybe 25 feet midship.
Sounds like one of ours.
She looks like one of ours. There were ballast tanks and flooding ports on the underside.
She's moving, sir.
Now, that was the other thing, Captain. She wasn't stuck in tight. Deep, yes, but not tight. She seemed to be swaying.
You still cold, McClure?
I've been warmer, sir.
And you will be again, but right now you're going to get colder. I want you to check her bow. Maybe she's pulled herself loose and you can finally read that number.
Sonar, Bridge.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Com 7th Fleet reports no sinkings of any kind. Authorizes us to remain on scene and operate at own discretion for salvage and rescue.
Roger.
Can do, McClure?
I'll do my best, sir.
Look at it this way. What a dandy story you can tell your grandchildren on some dark, rainy night.
They gonna believe me, sir?
I'm not sure I will, but if you can give me a number or a name off that hull, we may be able to sleep tonight after all.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question for you, Mr. Smith.
What's that, sir?
If they're in there and alive and can't use the torpedo tubes, how do we get them out?
Bridge.
Go ahead, McClure. This is the captain.
She's pulled herself out, sir. Here's your number. 714.
714. Make a note of that, Lieutenant Smith.
Yes, sir.
Well, that means she's one of ours. Come on up and get a broiled steak on me, McClure. Smith, hand me the book with the hull numbers.
Here you are, sir.
Give me that number again. 714. Here it is. 714. Commission, December 1941. Sunk in action, First Battle of the Solomons, August 7th, 1942.
But, Captain, that was 20 years ago.
Then, Lieutenant, tell me something. Who is inside that sub? Yes.
Chief Matthews, sir.
Come on in, Doc. Just finishing up the deck log. At ease. You wanted to talk to me?
Yes, sir, I did. What do you know about Chief Bosun's mate, Bell?
I know his rating and his service record. What else am I supposed to know?
I've got him down in sickbay, sir.
I know. What's the trouble?
I can't say, sir, but as far as cracking, that's what he's doing. I've been watching him down there. He has a look about him. I can't describe it. You don't see that look very often. Usually it's an hour after a battle, when the eyes face out, but you know they're really looking in. That's the way Bell looks now. Like he's just been picked up off a raft full of dead men. That's the look.
Well, just keep him down there. Let him rest. When we put back to port, I'll recommend hospitalization and some tests. I think that ought to do it for now, Doc. Thanks for coming in.
Aye, sir.
Coffee, sir?
Thanks, Marmer. Quiet night.
Too quiet. How long's it been now?
About 3 hours.
Is he sending McClure down again?
Beats me. All I know is there's a boiler tender second who's making book in the crew's quarters that the thing below us is a sea monster with 3 heads and we're all living on borrowed time.
I don't know what scares me more, when they pound or when they shut up.
I don't know what scares me more, a 20-year-old sub with somebody alive inside, or what the commander of the Pacific Fleet will say to me when I tell him that. And to compound the problem, I've got a chief bosun's mate with something eating at him.
Bell?
Bell.
What made him black out?
That's part of the problem.
Could be he's dredging up a couple of memories.
What do you mean, memories?
This is World War II revisited for him. He got picked up here after a sinking. That's the way I hear it. He was on a ship that got hit, only survivor or something like that. Got picked up from the water.
Maybe it is dredging up some memories, then.
Here we go again.
What's the matter? They can't make up their minds down there?
There's one more question, an important one.
What's that, Captain?
Who's they?
Hello, sir.
Doc?
How's it coming down there?
Yeah, it's coming. How's your patient?
Asleep, sir. I was just going to get some chow.
Keep me posted. I'll be in my quarters.
Aye, sir.
No. No. No!
What's the matter? Belle! What happened?
I was looking in a mirror, and I saw faces. They were staring right at me. They were pointing at me. I know it sounds crazy, but they were there. It was as if I'd been pushed out of the mirror. Ordered out. That's why I had to break it, to make them stop. Doc?
Yeah, Chief.
Do you see me in the pieces of mirror down there on the floor?
Listen to me. I see you right here in front of me. I see you just fine. Remember that. Nobody is ordering you anywhere. You're not going anyplace. We're gonna lick this, Belle. I mean it. We're gonna lick this.
Oh.
Same routine, huh?
Same thing, sir. But it's getting a little fainter, I think. And they don't acknowledge our signals at all. But it's definitely fainter.
It's some piece of equipment. That's what it is. Something loose that's probably swinging back and forth and hitting a bulkhead.
Possible.
That's the only explanation. I mean, well, think about it, Captain. A 20-year-old sub in the deep six since the war? Who could be down there?
Somebody who dies awfully hard. Whoever it is, whatever it is, it's running out of steam. I wouldn't make book on this, but I've got a hunch that if we don't get inside there, and I mean quick, we're gonna miss the boat.
So we go down, and like you said, we knock on the door, but we've done that before.
No, we don't knock on the door this time. Now we kick the door open.
Begging the captain's pardon. You break in that way, and it's a sure bet the pressure will kill whatever's alive down there.
Right, so we do it the one other way we've got. I want you to send a message to Com Sub Pack. Tell them we're going to need a submarine rescue ship out here. Give them position and depth and tell them to report to the scene for rescue attempt. Emergency precedence.
The airlock chamber?
No, that's all we've got left, and it's precious little. Get on it right away. I'll be on the bridge.
Radio, sonar.
Radio I.
The Com Sub Pack. Emergency precedence. Request nearest ASR report to position. Latitude 09er-30.
Doc?
Yeah.
You got a cigarette?
Sure, Belle. I'll do it. Your hands are shaking.
Thanks. Doc, will you answer me straight?
I'll try.
Who's outside?
What?
Who's out in the passageway?
Nobody's out there. Why? You think you hear something?
I don't know.
Why should anybody be out in the passageway? Nobody's posting guard on you.
I just felt as if there was somebody out there.
Let me tell you something, Chief. You can talk yourself into any kind of nightmare you want. You just lower the gate a little bit, and after a while that stuff seeps in. But there's nobody blowing it from the other side. It's you, yourself. Now there's nobody out there. Nobody at all. Who did you think it was?
I don't know.
The only thing out there is a long stretch of steel and deck. Nothing else. Come on, you want to take a look?
What's happening to me? Doc, what in God's name is happening?
Chief, you gotta get a grip, or I swear you're gonna talk yourself into a straitjacket. I mean it.
I got the feeling again, just as if somebody was watching me, pushing at me. Doc?
What, Bill?
I'm scared to open the door.
Then don't. I told you, there is nothing out there.
I'm scared to open it, but I have to. No!
What did you see?
Men!
What men?
All wet. Dripping wet and not alive. They were looking at me.
Listen. I didn't see a thing, Chief, and neither did you.
Oh.
Did you hear me? All you saw was what your scared brain told you to see.
Oh.
That's what it was, what you've talked yourself into. Now pull yourself together, sailor.
But I tell you, I saw it.
Then I'll prove it to you.
No!
See? Nothing, I told you. What the... Water on the floor. And where did that come from? Piece of seaweed.
That about does it, McClure. Go down and try to get a response. It'll help that sub-rescue outfit if they can get a specific location.
How will they get in, sir?
Through the forward torpedo compartment or the stern. Then they'll have to blow each of the 6 other compartments before they can enter.
What if I don't get any answers, sir? We haven't heard from them in almost a half an hour.
If you don't get any answer, come back up. The rescue team will take it from there.
No survivors then, sir. Is that what it'll mean?
That's what it'll mean. They'll bring up bodies, not survivors. Okay, McClure, hop to it.
Aye, sir. I've reached the sub, sir. The next noise you hear, that'll be me.
Go ahead, McClure, pound away. Any response?
None, sir. No response anywhere.
Keep trying.
Yes, sir.
McClure?
Captain, I found something here. Wait a minute. I can't make it out.
What about the response? Did you hear anything?
No, sir. Nothing.
Give it a few more minutes.
Yes, sir.
No soap?
No soap. It really frosts me. To get so close to those poor devils and then... The sub-rescue ship is due here at 0300. Keep an eye peeled. I'm going aft to meet McClure.
Aye, sir.
Bet it feels good to get that helmet off.
Oh. Yeah, it sure does. It's so dark down there now. Without the light, I couldn't see a blasted thing. Real spooky. But I found this.
Yeah, thanks, McClure. Good job. Go get some chow. I'll need you one more time when the ASR team gets here. You're gonna have to go down as a pathfinder. Give them any help they need. But that won't be for a while.
Excuse me, sir. But you better look at those tags.
You gotta be kidding me.
What's the matter, sir?
Ensign, ask Doc if Chief Bell is well enough to report to my quarters, because I need an explanation for this one. Fast. Go ahead, Bell. Read what it says on these dog tags.
I don't have to, sir. I know what it says.
It says Bell, William J. That's yours.
Yes, sir.
McClure found it on the deck of that sub down there. When did you lose him, Bell?
I lost him a long time ago, sir. 20 years ago.
How?
I don't remember, sir.
Try, Bell. Try to remember.
I was on a ship.
What ship, Bell?
A submarine. The one below us, sir. That was my boat.
Who's making the noise down there, Bell? What's it all about? Do you know?
We were on the surface. It was night. I was a signalman then. I was supposed to put the infrared filter over the signal lights. Otherwise, they would have seen us. They would have seen the light. They would have found us. I don't know what happened. I was scared, clumsy. I dropped the signal light. The filter fell off. They were waiting for us out there. Japanese destroyers. They saw our light. And it was my fault. They let us have it. They straddled us with the first salvo. The captain took the sub down, but it was too late. They unloaded depth charges. And that sub wasn't ever coming up again.
What about you?
I got flung over the side when the first salvo hit. And all that time I was in the water, I could...
You could what?
I could hear the voices of our guys down below me. They were screaming. I know what it is now. This crazy feeling I've had.
What? What is it, Bell?
I got out. One guy out of the whole crew. I got picked up later on by one of our destroyers. But I got out. Do you understand, Captain? I sank that sub. I was responsible, but I got out.
Bell, I want you to listen to me.
Those guys down in the sub, they know I'm up here.
Bell, hear me out.
I should be with them. I should be down in that sub.
Bell.
I should be dead. That noise, that pounding, those are the guys down there who are calling muster on me. They're calling muster on me.
Will you hear me out? Will you listen to just a little logic now? A little reason? No one man sinks a sub, and one lousy circumstance doesn't decide a battle. And one case of sudden fear doesn't add up to a coward. You've been taking a dirty rap for 20 years. You've slept with it, you've hung it around your neck, you've let it get deep inside you and tear you to pieces. But let me tell you something, Bell. It's a bum rap. It's a miserable, dead-weight guilt that you've blown up way out of proportion to the facts. And do you know what the facts are, Bell? The sub was dead in the water and surrounded by enemy craft. That crew was doomed. You understand? A frightened sailor didn't sink a ship and destroy a crew. A war did. A set of circumstances did. Bell, you gotta believe me. All you should put in your sea bag is regret, not guilt. Do you understand, Bell? Not guilt.
They're calling muster!
Bell! Come back here!
They're calling muster on me!
Bell! Bell, get away from the rail. Now, that's an order.
They're calling me!
Man overboard! Starboard side! The rescue ship says you got inside.
Yes, sir. It was a wreck. Nobody had a chance.
Nobody?
Nobody, sir. The periscope shears had been cut in half. One section was just hanging there, swinging back and forth.
Then that was the noise. That was the noise, wasn't it?
I guess so, sir, but...
But?
There were 8 men down in that control room. 8 men. Or what was left of them. And one of them had a hammer in his hand.
Let's just say, McClure, Let's just say that this is the part of the story you tell your grandchildren that you make up yourself. Say anything you like, any explanation that comes to mind.
Aye, sir.
Funny how long it takes some men to die, or to find any peace at all. Sometimes I think that's the worst thing about a war. Not just what it does to the bodies, what it does to the minds. So, rest in peace, Mr. Bell. I think it's your due now. At long last, rest in peace.
Small naval engagement. The month of July, 1963.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Stanton Forbes' bizarre retrospective tale of entanglement. If two of them were dead. Starring Earl Howard, Catherine Burns, and Nina Foch as Sister Love. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Quake Estate Motor Oil and Contact. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
The 30s of the Depression. Three people sit in the parlor of a lonely Midwestern farmhouse. Joe John Plunkett, 24 hours off a passing freight train. Dorcas Kimball, whose father, Joe John, has just helped to bury in the cyclone cellar. And Sister Magdalene Love, the beautiful evangelist, who has come to Joe John and Dorcas with a strange proposition. If two of them are dead continues after this word.
Hi, I'm Pinocchio, the big nose and all that, you know. But seriously, lots of kids don't know about me. How can kids read if they don't have any books? And millions of kids, black, white, red, yellow, brown, all races, live in homes without any books. Getting books into the hands of these girls and boys is what the national program, RIF, Reading is Fundamental, is all about. Here's what RIF has found out. When kids choose the books they want because the subjects interest them and they own the book, that makes reading fun. And when reading is fun, it's just fundamental. Books widen a kid's world and their abilities and their whole life. Every community needs RIF. Find out what you and RIF can do in your community. Just like RIF, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. That's RIF, R-I-F, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. Right now. If America's to go out thinking, reading is fundamental.
Well, I've been riding freights most of my grown life, although I wasn't really that old. And I had my share of close scrapes and run-ins. It got to be where I could sense when something bad was going to happen to me. So all I could figure out was I must have taken a pretty fair blow to the head when I jumped off that last freight. Because if I'd had any sense at all, I'd have been long gone from here by now. I mean, first, getting took in by a cripple kid who talks me into escorted to some holy roller shindig, then getting half-tricked into burying her father, who she killed, and then sitting in the parlor drinking tea with her and a lunatic lady evangelist who had just about the craziest notion I'd ever heard of in all my life.
I want you to kidnap me. Kidnap you? I'll pay the two of you $1,000 to keep me here in this house for 2 weeks. Here in my house? It's perfect. No one would suspect that Sister Love was being held a prisoner in such an ordinary, nondescript place as this.
You're nuts. Yeah, I always figured anybody in the line of work you're in had to be.
You are both responding just as I anticipated you would. It is only out of your initial surprise at the idea. Neither of you are shocked. I counted on that. Well, if you want to know the truth, Joe John Plunkett, you owe me this.
Oh, yeah. Well, all of a sudden, it seems like I owe everybody something.
That little scene with that drunk last night? For your information, that had been carefully planned and was being beautifully executed until you interfered.
Well, that figures. I should have known better.
The man you struck was Clay Turner. He'd come to me a poor sinner, bereft of his family, his job, everything, because of demon rum. We prayed together several times. I drove the devil from his soul. He was very grateful.
The perfect pigeon, huh? A poor sinner you were going to make into a rich sinner.
What I'm planning to do will harm no one, and it will enable me to help thousands of poor souls that otherwise I might never reach.
But how kidnapping you do that?
By bringing greater fame to the name of Sister Love, so that I may carry the word throughout the length and breadth of this land, from New York to California.
Really?
And if you and Joe John do as I say, you'll both be able to travel wherever you wish.
Yeah, well, I already do.
I mean in style.
Yeah, what about this Clay Turner?
You took care of him. And I had Brother Love give him $100 for his trouble.
Yeah, Brother Love. Now, what does he think about this mad scheme of yours?
Oh, Brother Love does whatever I say. For instance, at the moment, he's waiting outside in that hot car. Although I've no doubt he's enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. He's my Uncle Micah, you know. An obliging, harmless old man.
Is it true what he says in the pamphlet? Did you predict that your ma and pa were going to be killed the way they were?
I did. Although I'll confess to you, it was a safe enough prediction. Bessie and Abner Love, my mother and father, carried the gospel message over the most dangerous kind of mountain terrain, and they never spent a nickel on repairs for that old bus of theirs. Poor noble souls.
They sound as crazy as you do.
There's nothing crazy about what I'm proposing. I have it all worked out. We leave for Chanute tonight right after the service. You would follow me there in a car.
Yeah, well, now there's a snag right there. What car?
Never mind about that right now. I'd slip out in the middle of the night and meet you, and then we'd return here.
As simple as that?
Mm-hmm. I'd leave the ransom note and arrange the scene before I left.
Very neat.
Then, in about 2 weeks, I think it should be, you'd be free of me and $1,000 richer.
But how are you going to get rescued?
Oh, or do you just rescue yourself? And if you're kidnapped, now there's supposed to be ransom money. What about that?
Well, the ransom should be sizable. $50,000 sounds right, don't you think? Well, the amount doesn't matter because it'll never be paid. No, the ransom note will state that instructions will follow, but they won't. The three of us will just sit here and wait until the 2 weeks are up.
Yeah, that sounds cozy.
Then you and Dorcas here can do whatever you wish. I'll tell the authorities the kidnappers got frightened and ran away. And, of course, my description of my abductors will be constructed purely out of my imagination.
We'd hope.
What about the car we need? Where are we going to get it?
Well, Joe John would have to buy a car under his name. You could keep it to go away in, Joe John. Now, just think how free you would be with your own car.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen to me. Hopping freight suits me just fine. And now that I've heard this whole scheme of yours, I think you're crazier than I even thought at first. And listen, Dorcas Kimball, if you got any sense at all, you'll get this mad woman out of your house right now.
Don't you worry, Sister Love. I'll talk to him. You'd be surprised at the things I can get Joe John Plunkett to do.
There's nothing on this earth that surprises me, my child. And as for my remember, I have faith.
Morning, Mr. Thompson. Sure is cold this morning.
Cold? It must be 94 in the shade.
I mean, it's cold inside your car's engine.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask.
Well, just tell me how my engine can be cold on a sweltering day.
Glad you asked. When you start a car first thing in the morning, your engine is cold.
Well, that's true, but so what?
A cold engine does a bad job of burning gas. It can make soot, dirt, and acids form in your motor oil, and they can sure damage an engine.
What can I do about it?
Glad you asked. Instead of asking for my cheapest oil, you can start using a quality motor oil, Quaker State. Nothing finer than Quaker State. It's made scientific to neutralize acids and to hold solids suspended, so they don't gouge out your engine.
Well, thanks for telling me, Caleb.
Down a quart, Mr. Thompson. Quaker State?
Well, yes. Why didn't you give me Quaker State before?
You didn't ask.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
We weren't able to use the gutter you had there, so that cost you $73 extra. And I gotta charge you $870 for the partition your wife wanted, and $490 to tear it down after she changed her mind. 7 additional outlets, $350. The doorknob you chose was a special order. That cost 47 clams. I had to repaint the rear wall. Your wife didn't like the color. $241. Bathroom fixtures cost $3,450 instead of the $42 we budgeted. The plumber's bill was $1,675.
Don't begin a repair job on your home before you understand all the costs involved. The Department of Housing and Urban Development has a booklet entitled Fixing Up Your Home. For a free copy, write to HUD, Washington, D.C., 20410, or call your local FHA-approved lender.
And cash advances to subcontractors, so the total comes to about $83,000. Mr. Smith? Are you all right? Mr. Smith?
All I knew was this was a chance for me to get away, to really go to those places I've been dreaming about all my life. Great Aunt Nadine's money plus my half of $1,000 make me good as rich.
But you're as crazy as she is. Hell, I'd be spending 2 weeks with 2 cuckoos in a cuckoo nest.
For $500 and a new car?
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be worth it. No, if I did decide to go along with it, it wouldn't be for the money.
What would it be for, then?
Because it would be something to do. A gamble. With the stakes against me. You wouldn't understand.
Well, you don't understand me either. But that doesn't matter, as long as we both have our reasons.
Yeah, she was right there. We were a couple of misfits, Dorcas, Kimball, and me. Sister Love knew what she was doing. She couldn't have chosen 2 more likely sinners to do her dirty work. We both had nothing to lose.
Ah, you decided then. You're going to do it.
Well, it depends. I mean, I don't like that part at the end where we drive off into the sunset and you tell your little fairy tale.
Joe John's got a better idea.
Yeah, your uncle's going to have to face the police and the newspapers with the ransom note, you know?
Well, there's no problem. I'll simply tell him to be very upset about it, but to say or pay nothing.
No. You just, you tell him to pay it. That is, to pretend to pay it. He can leave a dummy package, which we'll pick up, and then we'll set you free. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, it will make more publicity for the newspapers. I agree. Anything else?
Yeah. A letter from you stating that this whole thing was your idea. And we'll also have the dummy package as evidence. So it's just a couple of little security measures.
All right. But there's no reason why you shouldn't trust me.
No, there's no reason why we should.
It was exciting, just like in the movies. We had to postpone the plan for a few days, till Joe John bought the car. Then I addressed a letter to Sister Love, care of General Delivery in Chanute. The letter was in code to let her know we were ready, and all it said was, Jesus saves.
About time you came. I wasn't enjoying waiting out here in the middle of nowhere at this hour of night.
You wouldn't have liked me to get a speeding ticket on the way, would you?
How you like your new car?
It serves its purpose. Did you leave the ransom note?
Of course. $50,000 or Sister Love will be sent to heaven. Newspapers will like that. I can hardly wait to see the headlines tomorrow.
Neither can Dorcas. She thinks this whole thing is a game.
Yeah, poor child's probably starved for a little excitement in her life. She's a strange child. How old is she?
17.
Seems younger than that to me. It's odd, a young girl like that living all alone in that house. Until you came, of course. both of her parents are dead, I gather.
That's right.
Are you related to her on her mother's side or her father's?
What?
I heard you tell the deputy you were cousins. First cousins.
Yeah, that's right. On her mother's side.
What about your folks? They still living?
My old man fell off an oil rig. Killed himself instantly.
Oh, it's terrible. What about your mother?
What is this, some kind of third degree?
I was only being friendly. After all, we're going to be living together for 2 whole weeks. We may as well get to know each other.
Yeah, well, you know enough already.
Only that your father's dead. And that you come from a better background than you try to make out.
What makes you think that?
Well, it's one of my stocks in trade. Finding out about people from what they say and the way they say it. I've worked hard to get rid of that Tennessee twang I used to have. You can't have an accent in my business. People, they have too many prejudices.
Yeah, well, I know about people. You don't have to tell me about them. Look, I trouble in my business, too, you know?
Yeah, being a failure. A bum.
That's right.
If your mother is still living, what does she think about
Look, I didn't say she was still living. Look, I didn't say anything about it at all.
Oh, forgive me, Joe John. I didn't know your mother was a subject you didn't wish to discuss.
No, you just asked too many questions, that's all.
That's another of my stocks in trade. But it's late. I'm too tired for any more talk. I think I'll go lie back and try to sleep the rest of the way.
Yeah, well, that'll be just fine with me.
She sure likes her rest, don't she?
The longer she stays up in her room, the better I like it.
Well, she probably doesn't want to be seen in those house dresses she had me buy. They're real plain, no ruffles and ribbons.
You know, I got a feeling she'll still look okay.
Yeah, I suppose so. With that face and that hair, and the way she walks.
Her stock's in trade.
Huh?
Nothing. Anyway, she'll be down soon. She's going to want to see this newspaper.
Well, that must be her coming now. Oh, hush, Tippy. Tippy won't stop barking at her.
Dogs are smart.
Did it come yet? The newspaper. Is it here?
It's here.
Am I in it?
You're in it.
On the front page.
Really? But where? I don't see it.
It's down at the bottom.
Yeah, I guess they thought MacArthur and those bonus marches in Washington were more important.
Micah Love, here in Chanute with an evangelist group holding revival services in a tent on Route 39, told Sheriff Edward Billings that his niece, Sister Magdalene Love, had disappeared from her room in the Chanute Hotel Wednesday night and that a kidnap note had been found. Sheriff Billings declined to comment on the note, other than to say that blood stains on the paper might indicate foul play. The sheriff's office is investigating the disappearance of Sister Love. Is that all there is?
That's all.
Where does it tell anything about me? They didn't even use my picture. I left a lot of pictures with Uncle Mike.
Yeah, well, look, never mind about all that. Now, what's this business about bloodstains on the ransom note?
Oh, I just thought that would be a good touch. I put my finger to do it.
Well, I don't like it.
Well, why should you mind? It was my finger, my blood.
You're just setting us up for a shooting gallery.
I was just making it a better story, that's all. Oh, shut up, you little beast. Can't you do something about that dog?
Now, Tippy doesn't mean any harm. He just isn't used to you yet. I'll put him outside. Now, come on, Tippy. Now, that's a good boy. You just play outside for a while.
Darkness.
It can't be. It just can't.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But if you're cold, contact, the sooner the better.
Hey, I'm back. How's that cold?
Rotten. Get the contact?
I got everything. Contact, cold tablets, and this liquid.
Oh, no.
Honey, it's all cold medicine.
Oh, sure, but it only takes one contact for up to 12 hours, continuous relief from sneezing, drips, congestion. For that, I'd need 6 of your cold tablets.
2 every 4 hours.
Or 3 ounces of nighttime liquid.
1 every 4 hours.
Or just 1 contact. The tiny TimeCodes do it.
Well, it's all cold medicine.
Those others contain antipyretic analgesics. The liquid, antitussive, and alcohol. They're not in contact.
6 or 3 or 1. I choose the 1 contact.
Me too. And I'm the one with the cold.
Give your cold contact, the sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1. When you catch a cold, take contact. Only as directed.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Hi, everybody. This is Tony Butala of the Letterman. Medical care for veterans. Who is eligible to receive it? If you're a veteran or related to a veteran, this information may help you look ahead to the day when you can use VA medical care. The VA hospital system is responsible for taking care of veterans who are injured or who became ill while in the service. Their needs always come first. Next are veterans who can't afford to pay for medical care on their own, and veterans over age 65 or receiving VA pensions. Today, there are 168 hospitals in the VA system. Some have live-in units, allowing veterans to come and go as they please. The VA sometimes makes arrangements with nursing homes for patient care outside the hospital. And VA outpatient clinics provide a full range of services from general medical treatment to dental care or to drug clinics.
I couldn't believe it. But it was her, all right. Mrs. Puddleford from down the road. She hadn't come near our place for a year or more. What was she coming now for? Well, there was no time to warn Sister Love. All I could do was try and bluff it out, like I'd done with the deputy about Joe John.
Dorcas, girl, how are you?
How are you, Mrs. Puddleford?
I'm sweltering in this heat, I can tell you.
Yes, it's very warm, isn't it?
Oh, warm is hardly the word. Oh, I didn't know you had company, Dorcas.
Well, that's all right, Mrs. Puddleford. You come on in. This is my cousin, Mary Kimball from Seattle, Washington.
How do you do, Miss Kimball? How do you do? Sorry to bother you, Dorcas, but I need to borrow a cup of sugar.
Well, of course, I'll get it for you right away.
No hurry, dear. It's too hot to hurry, right, Mrs. Kimball? Yeah. Perhaps Mrs. Puddleford would like a glass of lemonade, Dorcas. That would hit the spot, all right.
I'll get you a glass.
Oh, thank you, Dorcas. Mighty neighborly of you. I'm sorry it's been so long since I've had a chance to call on you. I noticed your pa's gotten himself a new car.
Well, that's Joe John's car. He's my cousin. My other cousin, he's from out of state, too. We're having a kind of family reunion.
Well, now, that's nice. I always think it's nice when a family can keep in touch. In these hard times, so many families are being split up. Some have to go to look for work one place and some another, and like as not, nobody finds any place. Of course, most folks just don't have the money to go flitting all over the country. Oh, goodness. Dorcas, that's not your pa littered up again, is it?
So that's only Joe John, my other cousin I just told you about. Joe John, this here is Mrs. Puddleford from down the road.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Puddleford.
I explained how we're having kind of a family reunion. You and Cousin Mary and me.
Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. Kimball.
Plunkett. My name's Plunkett.
Here's your cup of sugar.
Oh, yes. Suppose I should be getting back. I imagine you all have family business to discuss? Yes, in fact, we do. You've been here a few days longer than Miss Kimball, haven't you, Mr. Plunkett?
Yeah, that's right.
My place being right on the road where it is, I can't help noticing people coming and going. Must say I didn't see when you arrived, though, Miss Kimball.
I came by train, and Joe John drove in to pick me up. We didn't get here to the house until quite late at night.
Oh, I see.
By the way, Mrs. Puddleford, did you happen to take in that revival meeting they had across the way a few days ago?
Oh, no. My church doesn't hold with those offshoot religions.
Well, the reason I mentioned it is I just read in the paper that lady evangelist who ran it got herself kidnapped.
You don't say. Why, that sounds like that other one out there in California. Claimed she was kidnapped a few years back. Said some men held her prisoner in Mexico or some such place. But there were a lot of people who thought that was a put-up job just for publicity.
Well, it's not a fact. Well, I guess it's like they say, everything's been done before, right, Cousin Mary?
I wouldn't know.
Well, nice meeting you all. Thanks for the sugar, Dorcas.
You're welcome, Mrs. Puddleford.
You fool! Why did you purposely throw the newspaper story in her face like that?
So that big grand plot of yours wasn't so original with you after all, was it?
I don't know anything about that other case. All I'm concerned about is what if that busybody recognized me? It would ruin everything.
Oh, come on. Now, Sister Love sitting at Dorcas Kimball's kitchen table in a plain cotton dress sipping lemonade. The Lord's handmaiden herself.
I'm going upstairs for some peace and quiet. It's true. No one would ever imagine Sister Love in a place like this.
I don't understand, Joe John. Why did you bring up that newspaper story and everything to Mrs. Puddleford?
Well, I knew it wouldn't make any difference. I mean, either she knew or she didn't. Mostly, I just wanted to get Sister Love's mind off all that about your pa.
My pa?
Yeah. When I was bringing Sister Love here in the car, I told her your pa was dead. I just hope she doesn't remember that.
What did you talk to her about Pa for? You didn't have to tell her anything about that.
I just said he was dead, that's all. I didn't tell her anything about your killing him or us burying him.
No, Joe John. You didn't.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get more? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who'll take care of the futures of our sons? Well, let me ask you now, who's gonna tell them about the pusher man? Who's gonna show them how to clean the land? Who's gonna tell them why they shouldn't drop out? Who's gonna show them what it's all about? You know you can if you want to. You can if you want to right now.
Let me tell them, you know, if you're 18 or older, you can help a lot of guys be prepared by being a leader in scouting. I mean, fella, scouting today's a lot more than you think.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get more? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who will teach your sons to be prepared?
Hey, John, you're leaving the service soon. What are you going to do, huh? Well, I'm not sure, but I know I want a job. Well, the Army trained you in communications, and you had that extra training through the Veterans Administration. Right, but if I work nights, I could go to school on the GI Bill and get a math degree, too. I'd get the degree. Say, how about me? I'd sure like to get into banking. Think I got a chance? Why not? A lot of banks are hiring veterans, and Uncle Sam can pay you monthly allowances while you're in training. Why don't you talk to the VA people? Hey, I'm hungry. Yeah, me too. How about lunch? Yeah, okay.
Don't sound like disabled vets, do they? When it comes to work, they aren't disabled either. They've got training, ambition, eagerness to learn. All they need is a chance. You can give it to them. Contact your Veterans Administration or local state employment service office. Hire the disabled veteran. He's got a lot to give.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense. If two of them are dead. I'm Rod Serling.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Quaker State Motor Oil and Contact. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination.
This week, Stanton Ford's bizarre retrospective tale of entanglement, with two of them dead. Starring Earl Howard, Catherine Burns, and Nina Foch as Sister Love. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Contact and Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
In Brazil, invite you to join us on incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Now, Roma Wines present Suspense. Tonight, John Barbie and Son, starring Thomas Mitchell. Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Suspense. This is the man in black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, who tonight from Hollywood bring you as star Mr. Thomas Mitchell, who will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Captain Eddie. He appears this evening in a drama of desperate escape. And so with John Barbie and Son, and with the performance of Thomas Mitchell, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
I'm afraid, Mary. For the first time since you've been gone, I'm afraid. I'm going to have to break my promise, Mary. I've tried. I've kept him out of sight, like you told me. I did just like you used to do when you were here, Mary. But it was that kitten that wandered into the place today. Carl didn't mean any harm. What he did, he didn't mean to do. It was just that he'd never held one in his arms before. And now they're coming for him tonight. They'll take him away. They'll take him to the home. Oh, if I could somehow just put them off for one more night. Ah, Mary, it would be easier if you were here. Carl, I told you to stay upstairs till I called you. Oh, no. You're to stay in your room. I'm not going to let them take you away. Maybe I'll think of something. I've got to think of something. Shh. Carl, they've come. No, be still. Go back to your room. Hide yourself. One moment. Here. Take my hand. No, come with me. You're to stay in your room and not make a sound. You're to be very quiet. Do you understand? If you do as I say, I might be able to keep you here one more night. Coming.
Mr. Barbie?
Yes?
I'm Mr. Wilk from the home.
I've come for your son.
I know, but the boy is ill.
We'll take care of him.
Oh,
far better than you can here alone with him.
But I'm afraid it's something contagious. He's broke out in a rash.
Are you sure?
Yes, he's got some sort of red spots all over him.
Well, I wouldn't want to run the risk of infection. I mean for the others at the home, of course.
Of course, that's what I mean, Mr. Wilk.
Perhaps I'd better have a look at him.
Oh, please, Mr. Wilk. The boy's asleep.
We'll have to wake him.
You don't understand, Mr. Wilk. He's miserable since he knows he has to go. Don't wake him.
You have my sympathy, Mr. Bobby, but I have my orders.
Well, if you could bring a doctor first thing in the morning, then you'd be sure of no one catching anything from him.
Well, I suppose that would be better.
Yes.
What about the neighbors?
Oh, they won't know. They've never even seen him before today. If it hadn't been for that kitten...
I can't go into that with you now, Mr. Bobby.
No.
The animal's dead.
Yes.
However, under the circumstances, it might be better if I brought the doctor back with me in the morning.
Thank you, Mr. Wilk.
But the boy's not to leave the house. Do you understand?
Yes.
We'll be here at 9 sharp in the morning. Good night.
Good night. Carl. No. It's all right. It's all right. Now you can stay one more night. Well, Carl, I promised your mother that I'd never let them take you away. That I'd do anything before I let them do that. What are we going to do? I know what happens to them at the home. I've seen them after they've been there a while. They'd be better off... Carl, how would you like to go away? Yes, how would you like to go someplace where they'd never reach you? Yes, that would be better, Carl. That would be much better. Here comes a truck, Carl. Now listen carefully. You're to hide in the bushes by the side of the road here. I'm going to flag him. If he stops to pick me up, you're to climb in the back of the truck without him seeing you. You're not to make a sound. You're not to try to say anything, and stay there until I call you to get out. Do you understand, Carl? Yes. Now get in the bushes.
Hello. Having trouble?
Could you give me a ride to San Diego?
Sure. Hop in.
Oh, thank you. Oh, just a moment.
Yeah, something wrong?
Yes, my glasses. I seem to have lost my glasses.
Oh, did you drop them?
Yes, I'll find them. I had them a minute ago.
Okay. Can you see out there?
I'll take a look around back here.
Want a flashlight?
Oh, never mind. Get in the back of the truck, Carl. Do you understand? Yes, that's it. I found them.
Oh, good.
Yes, right by the back of the truck here. Well, thanks for waiting.
Lucky break. Well, to tell you the truth, I don't usually stop for people, but it's so late, and you're a little,
a little older than most you see on the highways.
Oh, I didn't mean that, but what's the matter? You have car trouble?
No, you know what transportation is in these days. I couldn't get a bus or a train.
Yeah, I know. Lots of soldiers and defense workers in these parts. Have to consider them, you know.
Oh, yes, of course, I know. Tell me, do you make this trip often?
Oh, yeah, twice a week.
Oh, I imagine you get pretty tired of it, don't you?
Oh, no, I like being out in the open.
Yes,
Hey, you hear that?
Yes.
I suppose he's getting restless.
Oh, then you saw. What was that?
Oh, that's my cat.
What do you mean?
Oh, I picked up a stray cat back in Pedro.
Oh.
Cute little kitten. I got a box fixed up for him in the back of the truck. You know, it gets pretty cold up here.
A kitten?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Oh, my billfold. I seem to have lost it.
Have? Gee, when did that happen?
I don't know. I guess back where I dropped my glasses. I had it then.
Oh, that's too bad, but I can't go back, you know.
Oh, no. I wouldn't expect you to. If you'll just let me out here, I'll catch another ride back.
Well, okay. If I was on my own time.
Oh, no. Thank you very much. He'll be all right.
Okay. Good luck. I hope you find it.
Just a moment.
Yeah?
The back end of your truck's open.
Oh, it is? Oh, well, I'll...
No, don't get out. I'll close it for you.
Oh, thanks.
Get out, Carl. Run back from the road. Down the road, yes. It's all right now. You can drive on.
How's the kid?
Oh, he's all right. He's fine. You can drive on now.
Oh, well, thanks. So long.
Carl. Oh, no, you don't have to hide anymore, sonny. He's gone now. Oh, you were a good boy, Carl. You did just like I asked you to. And you didn't touch the kitten, did you? Come on now. We'll get other rides. We'll manage.
Tonight for Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Mr. Thomas Mitchell, whom you have heard in the first act of Mel Donnelly's radio play, John Barbie and Son. Tonight's tale of Suspense.
This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Have you ever noticed the knack some women have for making their guests feel welcome, relaxed? Well, one such woman is the renowned hostess, Elsa Maxwell. And here's what she suggests you do the next time friends come to dinner.
Flatter your guests and make that dinner more enjoyable by serving good Roma California wine. You'll find Roma's Golden Sauterne is delicious with all main dishes, and particularly a delightful flavor mate with fish or fowl. 2-point-free foods now more popular than ever. Just be sure you serve that good Roma Sauterne well chilled. You'll enjoy the delightful bouquet, the superbly delicate flavor, and golden glory of this wine grower's masterpiece in any glassware.
Distinctive Roma wines are grown in California's choicest vineyards, beginning with choice wine grapes picked and gently pressed at the top of their flavor richness, then watched over and developed with all the ancient winemaker's skill of Roma's famed wineries. The quality of Roma wines never varies, always the same tempting flavor, yet all this goodness is yours for only pennies a glass. No wonder more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wines. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Mr. Thomas Mitchell, who resumes his role as father and fugitive in John Barbie and Son, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Well, it was a long walk, Carl? But we'll get us a room now and get some rest. I'm going in alone. It's not good for us to be seen together. You wait here on this bench, and you're not to talk to anyone. Not to anyone. Do you understand? I won't be long.
Good evening, sir.
I'd like to have a room, please.
Oh, you're very lucky, sir. I've just had a single vacated.
Oh, you haven't a double?
Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't. I thought you were alone.
Oh, well, I am, but I prefer a double bed.
I'm afraid you're going to have trouble finding any kind of a room in San Diego, sir. We're lucky to have this one.
Yes, I'll take it. It'll be all right.
All right, sign here, please.
Yes.
It's really not a small bed. It's 3/4 size. Here's your key, sir.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Oh, could you tell me, is it on the ground floor?
Huh? Why, no, it isn't.
Oh.
Had you wanted it on the ground floor?
Yes. You see, I'm a little nervous about fires.
Oh, well, there's a fire escape just down the hall from you.
Oh, there is? That'll be all right, then. I've got to get... I'm going out for a while. I'll be back later. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Did you hear that, Miss White?
Yeah.
Can't sleep in a single bed. Afraid of fires.
I'll tell you, you meet all kinds, don't you?
You certainly do.
I'm right behind you, Carl. Yes, son. Nothing to be afraid of. You've never been on a fire escape before, have you? It's fun, isn't it? It's only a little ways now. Here, take my arm. Here we are. Now, you stay back until I look in the window first. See if anyone's in the hallway. Huh? It's all right. I'm sure it's all right. Yes, it's all right. Come on. I'll help you through. Shh. Someone's coming. Stay out there, Carl. No. Stay out there on the fire escape. Don't make a sound.
Oh, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, good evening.
Aren't you at the wrong end of the hallway, sir?
Yes,
Can't you find your room?
Yes, but I was just looking around.
Oh, the fire escape.
Yes,
I see. You wanted to try it out, huh?
I'm a little nervous.
I understand, sir. Would you like me to show you how to get out onto it?
Oh, no, thank you. I've been out there already.
Oh, you have?
Uh-huh.
Well, you feel better about it then?
Yes, thank you.
Anything I can do for you, sir?
No, I'll be getting to my room now.
Well, I guess we'd better close this window. It looks like a rain's coming.
I'll close it.
Okay, sir. Good night, Mr. Wilson. I hope you sleep well, sir.
Good night. It's all right. Come on, Carl. Careful now. Follow me, quickly. There now. Hungry, Carl? Well, I'll get us something to eat. Then we'll have a good night's rest.
Miss White.
Yeah?
I just found the old boy up in the hallway. He was trying out the fire escape. Can you beat it?
When?
Just now.
Well, but how did he get up to his room? He didn't come back through the lobby.
What? He didn't?
No. I know I would have seen him.
He must have used the fire escape then. Say, there's something funny going on around here.
Hey, look, it's his room. Office? No. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson, but we don't have meals sent up anymore. There's a cocktail lounge and a restaurant on the roof. Oh, it's really quite nice. And there's a terrace where you can step out and get a wonderful view of the entire city. Yes, sir. You're welcome. Meals sent up. I guess he don't know there's a war on.
That fire escape business puzzles me, and now he wants his meals sent up.
Say, do you suppose he's got somebody up there with him?
I don't know, but I'd certainly like to take a look at his room. And I think I will if he goes out.
That's a good idea.
Now, I won't be long, Carl. But you're not to make a sound while I'm gone. And if someone comes to the door, don't you answer it. And if someone starts to unlock it, you hide. Here. Hide here in this closet. You understand? Remember now, no noise. Do everything I tell you, and everything will be all right. Yes. I'll get you something to eat, and I'll be right back.
Well, going out again, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I am. To get a little something to eat.
Have a nice dinner.
Thank you.
Miss White.
Yeah?
Have Frank take the board. Let you and I go upstairs. We'll have a look around while he's gone.
Okay. Frank.
Yes, ma'am?
You saw the old man that just went out the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, we're going up to his room. If he comes back before we return, ring twice to warn us.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are you knocking?
I have a feeling someone's in there.
Well, if there is, they're not coming to the door. Not if he sneaked them into the hotel.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. I guess I'd better unlock it. Well, there's nothing unusual here.
Look at this bundle of things, though.
What do you mean?
Well, here's a cap.
Well, that looks like a boy's. Still, it might be his.
He wasn't wearing a cap when he come in.
No, he wasn't.
Should I look in the closet?
No, I don't think we need bother. If he did have someone in here, they're not here now.
Well, I just think I'll take a look, as long as we're here. That's Frank.
Well, he couldn't have had his dinner that fast.
Maybe Frank's made a mistake. I'll see. Frank? Yeah? All right, we'll be out. He says he's carrying a package. Must have brought something back to eat here in the room.
Come on, Miss White. We'd better get out of here.
Hey, we'd better go down the stairs. I think he'll be coming up in the elevator.
Come on. Miss White.
What's the matter?
You've walked off with the cap.
Great Scott, I have. I didn't realize... what do we do? Shall I go back?
No. I don't think you'd better.
No.
He'll be up here any minute.
Yeah. Well, maybe he won't miss it, and we can put it back if he goes out again.
Yes. Come on.
Yes, sir. Top floor.
Thank you. Here we are. Milk and... Carl? Carl, where are you? What are you doing in the closet? Was somebody here, Carl?
Someone's been here. Where's your cap that was on the bed there? Who's here?
Evening. I'd like to see the manager.
He's not in. I'm in charge. Could I help you?
I'm Detective Bowen.
Oh.
We're checking hotels in the vicinity for a certain John Barbie. Have you anyone registered with that name?
No, I don't believe I have. But what kind of a looking man is he?
Older man, about his 60s.
Hey, wait. I have someone here who answers that description. He's been acting peculiar, too. But he's registered under the name of Wilson. Here it is. John Wilson. He might be the one you're looking for, and I have a hunch he is.
Is he in his room now?
Yes. He went up just a short time ago.
I'd like to go up. Here's my badge.
Oh.
What's the room number?
408. Is it something serious?
Yeah. Murder.
No,
I don't think he's the type to make trouble, but I think it'll be easier if he opens the door himself.
Well, I'll say that it's something about his moving to a double room. Yeah. Mr. Wilson? Oh, Mr. Wilson, I have another room I think you'd be interested in seeing. Well, I don't think anyone's there.
Have you a pass key?
Oh, yes.
Open the door.
But
That's all right. I have a gun. I'll stand back out of sight.
There's no one here.
Look back at the door.
No. Here, maybe the closet here. No, there's nobody here. Say, he must have had somebody with him after all.
What do you mean?
Well, he registered alone, and I suspected there was someone with him, but look on the dresser there. 2 bottles of milk and 2 sandwiches.
We haven't been touched either. He must have left here in a hurry. Is there a fire escape on this floor?
Oh, yes, there is. And I found him looking it over right after he moved in.
Well, come on, let's have a look at it.
Yes. Right this way, please. Down the hall here. Look, the window's open. He must have gone out that way.
Yeah? Let's have a look outside. No one down below. You must have just missed him.
Look, Mr. Bowen.
What is it?
There's somebody up above. Somebody climbing in the window at the top of the fire escape.
That's him. Come on.
Wait. It'll be quicker going up to the elevator. He can't get away. There's a cocktail lounge on the top floor. We'll catch him there. There's no place else for him to go.
Careful now. Careful. Go through the window, Carl. That's the boy, Carl. They're following us. I know that. They'll always follow us. You've got to do everything I tell you now. You've got to understand. Come on. Pardon me, sir.
Yes?
Is there a terrace room on the floor?
Oh, yes, there is. You'll get a wonderful view of the city. It's straight ahead through the cocktail lounge.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, isn't it beautiful? Just look at the skyline. That's Coronado over there.
Nice, isn't it, Carl? Carl, if they catch up with us, it means you'll have to go back to the home. You understand that, don't you? We promised your mother we would never let that happen, and we're not going to.
Oh, look at that man over there. He's climbing up over the iron fence.
Stay there. You better get back.
Oh, somebody stop him.
It isn't going to hurt much, Carl. It'll be quick.
Mr. Bobby! Mr. Bobby, don't!
Stay where you are. This is my affair.
Now, Mr. Bobby, that isn't going to do anybody any good. Now, just listen to me a moment.
If you come a step closer...
I won't. But listen to me.
What do you want?
Now, Mr. Bobby, don't jump. Come back with me. They'll go easy on you.
You'll not take him back to that home. I know what happens to them there.
Now, Mr. Bobby, you're ill. You don't know what you're doing. You're... Now,
I tell you not to come any closer.
All right, I won't. But listen now.
I'll not listen to anything. I know what's best for my boy. I promised his mother, didn't I, son?
What? Who are you talking to there, Mr. Barbie?
Don't pay any attention to them, Carl.
Why, he thinks the boy's there with him.
Are you ready, Carl? You don't want to go back to that home, do you?
Mr. Barbie. Now, there's nobody there with you.
What? What did you say?
I say there's nobody there with you.
Nobody? What kind of a trick is this?
Well, you're just imagining things. You're ill. Now, they'll go easy on you, I promise you that.
There's nobody here with me?
No. Your son's dead. And what you're going to do now won't help anything.
But this is my son here by my side.
No, Mr. Bobby. No one's by your side.
This is the trick. Oh, I see it now. You were trying to confuse me, to keep me busy talking, so this man could sneak up behind me. Is that it?
Mr. Bobby, now we're just trying to save your life. Now come back away from that ledge and let us talk.
No, I've had enough of your tricks. Are you ready, Carl?
Oh, no. Don't let him.
It won't hurt much, Carl.
Oh, no.
Take my hand, son. Take my hand.
Oh, no, my dear. Oh, that's terrible.
May I ask what he was wanted for?
Murder.
Murder?
Yeah. He killed his son last night. The authorities are going to take the boy away to a home. And I guess his mind just snapped. It's probably better this way. Because he thought the boy was with him. Right to the end.
And so closes John Barbie and Son, starring Thomas Mitchell, tonight's study in Suspense. Suspense is produced, edited, and directed by William Spear.
Before Mr. Mitchell returns to our microphone, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Genuine cordiality, unaffected simplicity. These are qualities that have made Miss Elsa Maxwell's hospitality famous the world over. In her own words,
friendliness and hospitality begin at home. And there's no better or simpler way than with a glass of distinctive Roma wine. I suggest Roma Tokay, a most delightful wine, to be enjoyed any time, any place. Serve with coffee or dessert, as a delightful finishing touch to your meals. Or set out Roma California Tokay with cheese and crackers when friends drop in. Roma Tokay is a velvety, flame-colored wine, moderately sweet, light, with a slightly nutty flavor. Be sure it's Roma Tokay you serve.
that's a mighty worthwhile idea, Miss Maxwell's. Try Roma Tokay and the other Roma wines, too. You can depend on Roma wines to be always delicious, always pleasing to the palate, of unvarying fine quality. And the next time you use vermouth, sweet or dry, choose Roma vermouth. Zestful, herb-flavored Roma vermouth is blended, mellowed, and developed with all the traditional wine-making skill of Roma wineries, yet surprisingly low-priced. Try Roma vermouth soon, will you?
This is Thomas Mitchell. It's been a great pleasure to appear here tonight on Suspense. a program for which all actors have a unique regard. Next Thursday, my old friend Edward G. Robinson will be your star. Mr. Spear's been telling me a little about the story. Sounds like surely the most remarkable predicament a man ever got himself into over his wife. I'm sure you won't want to miss it. I know I won't. Night.
Remember, next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Edward G. Robinson as star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the universe of the uncanny. To the land from which no traveler returns, alive or sane. It can be reached so many ways. Down trails of terror, along paths of peril, or, strangely enough, through bustling city streets. There are no markers that tell you when you cross the frontier of fear. But once you do, there is no mistaking the horror that lies ahead.
I suppose I should be frightened by your cheap tricks, whatever you are. But I'm not. I'm going now. And I warn you, you will regret it.
Well, she's gone, Harry. For good. Gladys will never trouble us again.
What happened? What did you do to her?
Can't you guess, Harry? We eliminated her. We typed her into an early grave.
You didn't have to go that far. I could have handled her.
I couldn't take the chance, Harry. You forced my hand. You divulged our little secret. And I'm not quite ready for that yet.
Mystery drama, The Frontier of Fear, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Milt Wisoff and stars Jerry Stiller. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you feel like having a cold Budweiser, do you automatically reach for a glass? Well, sure, Bud's a great beer any way you drink it. But without a glass, you're really missing something. Now take that wonderful Budweiser head of foam, for instance. Those bubbles, tiny though they are, still amount to something pretty special at the top of your glass. Taste appeal and eye appeal. Two results of exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation. It takes a lot longer to brew Budweiser that way, but brewing beer right does make a difference that you can taste. That's why when you say Budweiser, you really said it all. And I
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
If you wear or buy eyeglasses, you couldn't live in a better place than Dallas. Optics is right here, one of the nation's largest suppliers of glasses and contact lenses. Opticians and optometrists all over the country send them work. And now, Optics have a special plant sales room open to the public. That means anybody in the Dallas area can now enjoy Texas-size savings on all glasses and contacts. The widest choice of quality frames, a complete choice of lenses, clear, tinted, bifocals, contacts, and the new half-weights, lenses that are half the weight of glass. Complete one-day service for most glasses, too. Full satisfaction guaranteed. Optics Vision Center, the special direct sales outlet right at Optics Plant, 2534 Royal Lane between Stemmons and Harry Hines. Open to the public Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5:30. Saturday till 12. Come in and see for yourself.
Put on a happy face at your vision center.
One expects to find terror in a haunted house or on the barren, wind-swept plains of the Aztec pyramids. But it is even more intense when it is encountered on the streets of a modern metropolis. In our little tale, Harry Dorn meets the unfathomable as he crosses the threshold of a pawn shop. But why not let Harry describe his frightening journey in his own words?
Listen to me, please. Whoever finds this tape, hear me through, or it's curtains. Not for me. I'm a dead duck, no matter what happens. But for you, and for everyone else in the whole world. I know you think this is a gag, but it's not. You gotta believe me. I never prayed before, but I do now. I'm Harry Dorn. Nobody. Small-time con man, losing horse player, dead-end Dorn. That's how I think of myself. My life was a series of ups and downs. Mostly downs. But never as down as the day I walked into Flint's pawn shop. That's a good name for him. His heart is made of it.
Morning. What can I do for you? Oh, it's you, Harry.
Don't get all choked up, Flint. This is no touch.
And what have you got in your mind?
I don't know. Just dropped in. What did you give me for this?
Tell me what it is first.
You really don't know? How about that? These are the silks Arcaro rode when he won the Derby on citation.
So what?
So it's history.
Only the creeps like you. Sorry, no sale.
Take it for only $25. It's worth a lot more.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Pick out anything in that corner, anything, and I'll trade you even. That way nobody loses.
But I need eating money, Fred.
Take it or leave it.
I was going to leave when I heard this voice inside my head, like someone jamming the circuits in my brain. Take the typewriter, Harry. Take the typewriter. It went on in my head, over and over. I was powerless. Take that typewriter, laying there with all that junk. I made the swap and I walked off with the typewriter. When I got home, I couldn't stand looking at it. It was an absolute piece of junk that couldn't possibly work. Dirty, old, and useless. I kept staring at it, trying to turn it into a steak with all the trimmings. And that's when it happened. I found myself putting in a piece of paper, and I began pecking at the keys. Somehow, the typewriter took over. I didn't know how or why, but there I was, typing away. Someone was making my fingers move, making me type out words, sentences. It was weird. I couldn't stop myself. Pretty soon I was banging away like I knew what I was doing. I looked at what I had typed, and I couldn't believe it. A bunch of dopey poems. I was going to throw them away when the voice I heard at the pawn shop took over again. It planted an idea in my mind. Maybe what I had written was worth something. So I trotted the poems down to a song plugger I know, and he said I was in the wrong place. Take it to Gladys Morgan, a literary agent, he says. Maybe she might dig it. And she did.
Mr. Dorn, I'm so delighted you could come. Oh, please have a seat. Now, I've got good news for you. Your book of poems is most enchanting.
I'm glad you liked it. How much...
Now, I know you'll be happy to hear that Merton Brothers will publish your poems.
The money. How much do I get and when?
Oh, you poets are so impetuous and so direct. Well, I've got a small advance for you. Here.
$100? Is that all?
That's the best I could get. You know, poetry is a modest market, but there will be more when the book is published and reviewed.
$100? I was hoping I hit the jackpot.
Keep on writing, Harry, and you may.
The 100 didn't last long. I paid the rent, had my steak, and I played a few hunches. I stayed away from the typewriter, but when I blew my last $5, I sat down and started to type again. Who knows, I thought. Maybe lightning could strike twice. It wasn't long before the mysterious voice took charge. I typed for days without any rest. I blacked out, and when I came to, there was a pile of pages stacked neatly next to the typewriter. It was a short story, a murder mystery. I read a little bit of it, but it turned my stomach. Too bloody. But I sent it off to Gladys anyhow. I didn't have anything to lose. Guess what? Another sale. And the bread came in like manna from heaven. I was sitting on top of the world until I got a visit. Who's there?
Police.
What do you want?
You Harry Dorn?
That's right.
Did you write this story?
Death on a side street. Sure I did. Anyone says I didn't is a cockeyed liar.
How did you tumble on it?
I dreamt it up. All of it. Right out of my head.
Did you read this morning's paper?
Not yet. Why?
Take a peek at the headline.
Gang chief slain. So what? It happens all the time.
Read the story. See if it sounds familiar. You had the guy killed in your story by a mortar shell, right?
It's a little weird, but you got to have a gimmick today to sell your stuff.
Oh, is that right? Yeah. Well, read the item in the paper. There. See how Esposito was wiped out.
A mortar shell?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that something? I didn't think those bums could read.
So you're claiming they copied it from your novel, huh?
Well, what else could it be?
We'll find out, Mr. Dorn. We'll find out at headquarters. One way or another.
They dragged me down and worked me over for a couple hours, but they couldn't hold me. The lawyer Gladys hired had me sprung. I was pretty well shaken by the time I got home. I sacked out for about 24 hours, and then I went back to my usual routine. It didn't take long before I was in my usual condition, tapped out. My investments betrayed me, 6 straight losers on the NFL cards, and 2 days of dogs at Belmont. I had to get back to that infernal machine. The typewriter. This time I tried to do my own thing. I tried writing about an actual incident out of my own life. But it came out garbage. Even I could recognize it was trash. I crumpled sheet after sheet of paper. That's when I heard the voice for the first time. Right out of the guts of the typewriter. Really heard it. Right outside my own head.
Get up, Dorn. Look at you. You're a miserable sight.
Can't be. I'm just hearing things. A typewriter that talks. I must be going off my rocket.
No, you're not. I exist, and what I say is real.
Who are you? What are you?
To start with, I am not a typewriter. I control it like I control you. You're both equally primitive mechanisms.
Look, pal, I don't have to take that from you.
No. Who were you kidding? I'm the best thing that ever happened to you. You were a petty chiseler when I found you.
You found me?
Of course, you fool. You didn't have any choice in the matter.
Please, what do I call you?
It doesn't matter. In my world, I'm known as... What is your equivalent? Gan.
All right, Mr. Gan. Clue me in, will you? Just a little.
Well, I can do things. I can read what you call the future. Or I can make things happen.
Either way, I don't like it.
Put your fingers on the key.
This time the story was kind of science fiction. Crazy, weird. Then the ending really got to me. A tidal wave that sweeps across the ocean and wipes out an island in the Pacific, killing every living thing. I wanted to throw the damn thing into the garbage can, but I was flat. So I paddled it, and sure enough, it came to pass.
This is your 6 o'clock news. A spectacular tidal wave inundated the tiny island of Kunjera in the Pacific Ocean, killing more than 100,000 people.
All those lives washed away because I had a gambling habit. I felt guilty as hell, and I made up my mind to get rid of the typewriter. And Mr. Gann.
What do you think you're doing, Harry?
I'm getting rid of you, once and for all. I can't go on helping you slaughter people. I got a conscience, man.
What's that?
You really don't know, do you?
Why should I? I'm not human, you know. What is this conscience?
It's hard to explain. Let me see. You know, there's a good and a bad. Like you don't squeal or welch on a bet or put down a friend. Well, the worst thing you can do is to kill somebody. That's when you feel rotten. That's your conscience working.
But you people take life all the time. You eat other organisms.
That's different. I'm talking about human life.
And you keep slaughtering each other day after day.
We get punished for that.
Not all the time.
I could see I was getting nowhere with Mr. Gunn. I was in the grip of a force way beyond me. I started to type again. Don't ask me why. I couldn't help myself. Suddenly, I heard this rapping at the door. I kept quiet, hoping whoever it was would go away. But they didn't. I could hear the plastic card slipped in between the door and the lock. And then the door swung open.
Hello, Harry. You didn't answer, so I tried the door, and it was open.
You mean you jimmied it open, Pete? That wasn't nice.
It's not nice to keep your friends waiting, especially friends who have been so patient with you.
If it's the money I owe...
That's exactly what it is, money. When you gonna get the scratch up?
I'm expecting it any minute. I'll drop it by in the morning.
No way. The boss wants the bread now.
Well, look, just hang on for a minute, will you? I want to finish something I was typing.
I ain't got much time. Hey, what's that you're writing? Your farewell address? Huh?
No, it says the door opens and a messenger delivers a package containing $500.
Yeah, and I'm Cinderella. How do you like that, pal? Hey, wait, stop it, will you? Just a few more minutes.
Rapid messenger. Here. Thanks.
I'll take that. Here's something for you, kid. Well, I'll be 500, all right. I'll take what you owe, Harry. So long, pal, and thanks for saving both of us a lot of trouble. That was close, Harry.
Too darn close. Why did you wait so long?
To teach you a lesson. One you must never forget.
Okay. You made your point.
Good. We've got our most important work ahead. Until now, I've just been feeling my way to make sure I had everything down pat. Now I've got complete control over you.
Strange voice that comes to Harry through the ether, or is it inside his head, has displayed its awesome powers. Powers that can reach across time and space, can make or unmake events. But for what purpose? We'll learn more when we return shortly with Act 2.
Excuse me, madam.
Oh, I'm in an awful hurry.
I just wonder if you could answer a simple question for me.
So do I.
The question is this. What happens this time of year?
Oh, that's easy. The kids get home from camp. Goodbye.
Nope.
What do you mean, nope?
Nope.
I mean, I should know when my kids get home from camp.
Well, the answer I had in mind was a tad more general in scope.
Well, I gave my answer. Let's hear yours.
You know, I'm glad you asked.
Are you?
You see, what happens this time of year is that Buick dealers are giving particularly great deals on all their 74 Buicks. For a family woman such as yourself, I think a neat little Apollo would be just the ticket. It's small, economical, but surprisingly roomy. And it's a Buick, so it's really quite elegant.
You don't say.
Now, isn't that good news?
Yes.
I mean, that you can get such a nifty deal on such a nifty small car.
To be sure it is, yes.
To be sure. By the way, where do your kids go to camp?
Guam. It's a small island in the South Pacific.
Guam.
Whenever the summer weather has got you in a stew, you're feeling hot and sticky and don't know what to do.
Just that double deodorant feeling that's so refreshing. It's yours for sure every time you shower with a lot of Irish Spring.
Cool off with an Irish Spring shower. Summer refreshment, summer protection for the whole family. Enjoy summer more with Irish Spring.
Irish Spring.
In the world will be our guest Wednesday night on KRLD's Sports Central Dallas show. Our guest will be Sandra Haney. On the LPGA Tour in 1974, she has won 4 tournaments. The Dallas golfer will be in our studios from 6 to 7 p.m. Our first sports question, what was the winning score in the Civitan Open last year, and who won the Civitan? Sports Central Dallas. Our guest Wednesday, Sandra Haney, right here on KRLD.
In this age of computers, we're accustomed to machines that can work wonders. Have you ever thought of the day when we'll come up with a machine that can go far beyond the capabilities of the computer? One that can instead reverse the process and program man for, well, let's find out what Mr. Gahn intends for Harry Dorn.
The next few weeks were kind of peaceful. Like Mr. Gahn was going through a phase. He seemed to be preparing for some big event. He had me lug in all kinds of books from the library, and I kept typing this stuff, word for word. He had me copying the Department of Defense budget, line for line. I darn near wore out my fingers. After I'd been at it about 10 straight hours, I felt I'd had it, right up to here. I stopped typing, and I started rubbing my fingers to restore the circulation.
I haven't told you to stop.
Look, pal, my fingers are numb, my nerves are frazzled, and I'm just plain pooped. I need rest.
Whatever for?
I guess you don't understand that, do you?
Oh, well, if you must. But don't shut your eyes too long.
Hold it.
Why?
Somebody knocks at your door at 1 a.m. You wait for them to go away. I'll bet it's them goons.
Why should they pay you a visit? You've cleared your obligation to them, thanks to me.
It's Gladys, Harry. Please open the door. I know it's late, but I must talk to you.
Okay, just a minute.
Oh, thank you. Now, why haven't I heard from you, Harry?
I didn't have anything to say.
I just wanted to know why you... Why
I what?
Why you've decided to leave me for another agent.
But that's crazy. I never...
Oh, don't play with me, Harry. I got your note.
What are you talking about? What note?
Oh, here, read for yourself.
But I never wrote it. Oh, I get it. It's your doing, Mr. Gahn. You had me write it, and I sent it without reading it.
Who are you talking to? Oh, poor Harry. You've been working too hard.
It's not me. It's that typewriter. Gladys, I'm going to show you something that'll knock your hat off. You think I wrote them poems and all that other junk?
I believe anything you say.
Sure. Well, the truth is that the typewriter, or rather, Mr. Gann, does all the brain work. Watch. Come closer, Gladys. Just watch what comes out.
In the early hours of the morning, the city was asleep. Darkness blotted out the pressures and the torment of the day.
Pretty classy. I never had any education, Gladys. I just sit there and punch the keys under his direction.
It is true, Miss Morgan.
Oh, what?
This lame brain would be hard put to write simple declarative sentences by himself, let alone this magnificent output.
Who are you? What kind of trick is this?
No trick, my dear. What Harry told you is absolutely correct. Oh, it's too bad, however. Too bad he insisted on telling you.
What are you talking about?
Type, Harry. Type until I tell you to stop.
I typed for a few minutes, and then...
That's enough, Harry. Now read this, Miss Morgan.
I will not. You may have him under your control, but not me. Goodbye, Harry.
Gladys Morgan turned to go. She was distraught, but she would have been terrified if she only knew.
Don't go, Gladys! Don't leave now!
If she only knew what fate awaited her on the other side of the door. Well, she's gone, Harry. Gone for good. Gladys will never trouble us again.
What did you do to her?
Can't you guess, Harry? We typed her into an early grave.
Why did you have to do that?
You forced my hand, Harry. You divulged our little secret. And I'm not quite ready for that yet.
I fell asleep that morning just as the lights started to come up. I was exhausted. When I awoke, I poked my head out of the door carefully, not knowing what I'd see. But the scene was the same as usual. The morning paper was waiting. No one had swiped it, even though it was late.
It's not in there.
What's not in there? How do you know what I'm looking for?
If you want to know what happened to Gladys, just ask.
Maybe I don't want to know. Maybe last night never happened. Is that you, Gladys?
It's the police, Dawn. Open up.
Were you expecting Gladys Morgan? Why not? She's my agent.
When did you see her last?
I don't know. Why? Is it important?
Very important. We found her. Dead.
Dead? How did it happen?
I thought you might know.
Me? How would I know? I haven't seen her for days.
Okay, Dawn, get your clothes on.
All right. I did see her last night, but only for a few minutes. She was okay when she walked out of that door.
I think you better come along with me anyhow.
Okay. I heard her scream after she left, but when I went out to see her, she was gone.
Type, Harry, type.
What was that? Who you got here?
Nobody. I was just thinking out loud. Can I use the typewriter for a moment? I just got to put one thought down before I forget it.
Okay, but hurry it up.
The moment was tense, fraught with danger. Then suddenly the phone rang, cutting through the tension like a stiletto. It was news about the corpse. News that established beyond a doubt his innocence. Hello? Who? Yeah, he's here. It's for you, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. Mm-hmm. You sure? A full confession? I gave the statement voluntarily, huh? Okay, I'll be down in about 15 minutes. I want to talk to him myself.
Bad news, Lieutenant?
Not for you. We got a lead on a suspect. Mrs. Morgan's ex-husband. He had motive and opportunity. A cab driver drove him near where we found her body. Then I'm in the clear, so far. But don't try to leave the city until I give you the word. Understand? I wouldn't think of it, Lieutenant.
Now say thank you, Harry.
Thanks for nothing. You got me into that mess. You owed it to me.
I owe you nothing, Harry. Remember that at all times.
At least the law's off my back.
You seem relieved.
Sure, I'm relieved. I'm not in a pokey.
You feel relieved, even though you know someone else will suffer for a crime he didn't commit.
But I didn't do it either.
Of course you didn't. But your information could clear him. What about your precious conscience?
I don't want to get mixed up in murder.
You mean if he takes the rap, as you would put it, then you're free and clear? Isn't that true?
How did I ever get into this fix? Why did I ever walk into that stupid pawn shop?
It wasn't a free choice, Harry. I picked you.
For what? I asked you that before. What are you going to do with all that information that I've been typing?
I've already told you, Harry. You'll be the first to know when the time comes.
It hit me while I was typing this encyclopedia for Mr. Gahn. Sure, he had me. But in a way, I had him, too. Somehow, he still needed my muscle power to move the keys. I couldn't figure out why he couldn't do it for himself, since he could do so many other things. But the fact remained, Mr. Gahn had no way of moving the keys without me.
Quite commendable, Harry. You do have some low cunning.
How did you know what I was thinking?
I'm in your mind all the time. What is this great inspiration you've had?
You ought to know. Oh, my head. It aches.
I'm waiting, Harry.
I want you to help me get back at some of the rats who put me down.
Is that all? Look, Harry, I am not a genie caught in a bottle, waiting to do your bidding.
Okay, then I go on strike. No help, no typing.
Nonsense. But tell me what you want. Only let's not waste too much time. We have much to do.
Okay, I want the bookie hit big. I want him wiped out.
That's it?
To start with. The other two little favors depend on how this works out.
All right. Start typing.
I put a fresh sheet of paper in the machine and hit the keys. I didn't even bother reading it. All I could see was Pete and his boss going down the chute.
You can stop now, Harry.
When will it happen?
Go down and buy a late paper.
You mean now? That quick? Okay.
Turn to page 37, Harry. Column 2.
Bookie found slain. Dead. Who asked you to?
You did.
I just wanted them cleaned out, not killed.
I just set it in motion. Natural law took over after that. Let's not waste any more time. What are your other two favors?
I don't know if I still want them. Not if they end this way.
They don't have to. Tell me what you want, or back to the typewriter.
Don't rush me. Let me think. Okay, here they are. I want my old man to retire. He's worked hard all his life, and I'd like to see him stop. His pension doesn't start for 3 years more. Make it due now.
And the other favor?
My sister, she's had it pretty tough. She and her husband are just making it. It's hard on the kids. I want her to come in to some bread, enough to make life easier for them.
Done and done. Just hit the typewriter, Harry.
All the time I was typing, I felt myself pulling back, trying to make my fingers stop. Somehow, some way, I knew what I was doing was wrong. Hello? Yeah, it's me.
What's that? No, I can't believe it. A heart attack? How did it happen? Well, how's he doing now? I see. He'll pull through, but he'll never be able to work again? Yeah, I'll meet you at the hospital in about 15 minutes. Goodbye. You murderer! You can't do anything good if you tried! Why did you have to do that to my father?
I just set the wheels in motion, Harry. I don't steer the vehicle.
Call off the other favor. I don't want your help anymore for anything.
It's too late, Harry. Read what you've typed.
On the way home from work, George Masters was mugged in a subway passageway. He died of wounds received in the struggle. You swine, you...
His wife was the sole beneficiary of a $100,000 life insurance policy. There you are, Harry. All taken care of. Now back to the typewriter, or I'll be forced to take care of you.
Men have been slaves of many base emotions. Greed, lust, power. But few have ever been in such complete thraldom to a machine. Harry Dorn's weakness and cowardice, his instinct to survive above all other considerations, has in a sense permitted this malignant force to draw him deeper and deeper into servitude. Where will it all end? We'll know when we return shortly with Act 3.
Cigarette?
No need for that. I'm ready.
Blindfold?
Dash it, man. Let's get it over with.
As you wish. Ready?
Henry, wake up. You're dreaming again. Your tax audit?
Yeah, today's the day.
But you got all your records together.
Yes, I do. Aren't you coming?
You don't need me. You're ready.
Can I help you, sir? We are here for an audit. Won't you have a seat?
Thank you.
Well, now, let's see.
If you have good records of your income and receipts for your deductions, an audit of your federal income tax return can be easier than you think.
How did it go, Henry?
No problem. Nothing I couldn't handle.
This message presented on behalf of the Internal Revenue Service.
I'm Jill St. John. I'm an actress, and I pamper my body. That's why I kept switching underarm sprays until I found the one that gives me everything I want. New Body All Powdery Spray without talc. It gives me the comfort of powder, yet it's almost invisible on my skin. And the deodorant, like it says on the label, is micro-encapsulated, so it keeps releasing fresh deodorant at the first hint of moisture. New Body All Powdery Spray without talc. I'll never switch again.
The grand opening of the new Sheraton Safari is this weekend, and they've got a beautiful offer for your family. The Lost Safari Weekend. You'll get a room at the Sheraton Safari, breakfast and dinners, and tickets to Six Flags, Seven Seas, Sports World, and Lion Country Safari. All of this, an entire 3-day weekend for your family for only $100 flat. For reservations, call 263-4421, 263-4421, or visit the new Sheraton Safari off the Turnpike on Beltline just south of Lion Country Safari.
Man is such an imperfect vessel. He can sell or destroy anything he holds dear. His dreams, his love, his country, even his soul. But all of us have at least a grain of nobility in us. One small flame that can, when called upon, illuminate the corner of the world we live in. Even so base and useless a man as Harry Dorn cannot extinguish this frail light.
I was getting in deeper and deeper. I was losing almost all control over myself, my actions. The worst of it was that I didn't know what Mr. Gahn was up to, but I knew somehow it would end in disaster.
I think I've indulged you long enough. Sit down and start typing.
Why should I?
Because I ordered you to do so.
Who cares about your... Oh, my head.
Sit down, Harry.
I can't. My head aches. How about that? It's gone. I feel great. Say, did you do that?
Of course. Now will you sit down? I can reward or punish you. That's the free choice you have. Type or suffer.
What would you do? Take the carrot instead of the stick? Well, that's what I did too. So, I started to type. And this time, it was for keeps. No poems or novels, but some kind of crazy technical thing. Pages and pages and pages. I worked day and night, hardly stopping for food or rest. I kept at it until I blacked out. And when I awoke, I was sitting at the table, my head on the typewriter.
It's about time you woke up. You certainly are a strange mechanism. You suffer things like fatigue, hunger.
Every machine needs rest, lubrication. I need something to eat and a beer.
All right. But get back as soon as you can.
Sure. But what do I use for dough? Money. I need it to buy things. Type me a few winners.
Type you what?
A few winners. Give me the results of today's races now. Now bet them. That will give me the money I need.
Okay. Sit down.
I typed the results of the 5th and 6th races at Aqueduct. Blood money 5-1, and fate 8-1.
You win again, Harry. Fate 17-2. Not bad. Who tipped you?
I can't divulge my source, but just remember, this is only the beginning.
Sure, Harry, sure. I dig, kid.
I'll be back tomorrow for more action.
Anytime, kid. You're hot. And you know what they say? When you're hot, you're hot. Go for broke.
Not this time. I got it all psyched out. A new system they can't miss.
Yeah? And I'm going to be Miss America this year.
Wait and see, wise guy. Wait and see.
It's about time you got back.
What am I supposed to do? Punch a time clock? Count your blessings. I came back at all.
Oh, I wasn't worried about that for a moment. Now, shall we do a little work?
Why not? You give a little, I give a little.
Start typing, Harry.
I typed through the night. By the time the sun started to come through, I had piled up a ton of paper. It's a lucky thing the pages were numbered. Otherwise, I'd never know how to put it all together.
We're not through yet, Harry.
We are for now. I need a little shut-eye, and then I'll be set again.
Oh, very well. But don't take too long.
Don't worry. I'll set the alarm to make sure.
I'm happy you decided to cooperate.
What is this stuff I'm typing? Sounds screwy. Disintegrator and assembly unit. Interspatial disturber unit. Sounds like some kind of invention.
You could describe it that way.
Who cares? Oh, before I forget, type me out the winners for tomorrow. I mean today. I'm going to show him what Harry Dawn is made out of.
I shouldn't think you'd want to do that.
Mr. Gahn, you here?
Yes, Harry, still here.
Guess what? The card, we swept it. Daily double, 4 exactas and a triple. I had to move around to several bookies before the day was over. They couldn't handle it all.
Did you get it?
Not all of it. They're going to deliver the rest in a few days. I'm riding high. Next day, I was even feeling kindly to Mr. Gahn. I got to the table early and typed away all day. I figured I could skip the races for a few days until Pete paid me off. I was ready to fall apart when Mr. Gahn threw in the sponge.
That's it, Harry.
Don't tell me you're tired.
Certainly not. I don't even know what the concept means. It's just that this phase of the operation is over.
Great. Now I can ball it up. Is there anything else I can do for you before I hit the town?
As a matter of fact, there is. Just type up a few labels.
Sure. It's the least I can do.
Then assemble the copies of the manuscript and mail them out.
Consider it done. Now, let me have the label copy. USSR, People's Republic of China, France, UAR. What the hell is this all about? Agents in all those countries?
Yes, Harry. Agents of destruction.
What are you talking about?
I told you you'd be the first one to know.
Know what?
Do you remember all the reference material you typed?
How can I forget?
That was for evaluation purposes.
I don't get it.
We were evaluating whether your species should continue or whether you represented a menace to the galaxy.
And how do we make out?
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in. Come in and pull up a tombstone. The chair situation is very grave here. Don't worry if it seems a little dark in here, too. I've made arrangements with a few ghostly forms to come and glow. By the way, don't mind that guy in the box over there. We scared him to death last week. He's been horizontal ever since.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Death Watch in Boston, was written by Fred Maythel and stars Mason Adams in the role of Carl with Ted Osborne as Charon.
In Boston, Beacon Hill looks down its narrow brick-lined streets with seeming scorn at the harbor below. Tonight, the wind is from the sea. And there is a mist that's heavy with the odor of fresh fish, salt and spices. Tonight, too, there is a man who has a horrifying secret to tell. This man is Carl Dickens, intern from a nearby hospital who walks wildly, coat flapping, hair disheveled. Young, his body is. His eyes are old, his face haggard. He carries a heavy wooden box about 12 inches square. He's murmuring through bloodless lips.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore, nevermore.
A neon sign proclaims the door to be that of Captain Zeb's Tattoo Salon. Established 1905. Carl Dickens stops, looks quickly behind him, and enters.
Greetings, mate.
Captain Zeb.
Yeah, didn't reckon to do no more tattooing tonight.
Captain Zeb, lock the door.
Huh? Hold on there.
Lock this door. You know me. I'm Carl Dickens.
Hey, thunder. Who you be? What ails you, lad?
Lock the door quick, then put out your lights, please.
Sure. Seems to me like your one doctor needs a doctor, Carl.
No, Zeb. I don't need a doctor. I need someone like you to listen to me.
All right, I'll listen. What you got in the box?
It's part of a man's body. His head.
Oh? Sort of specimen-like for your medical work? That it?
No, Captain. It's the head of a man who was calling for me at my room at 11 o'clock tonight.
What's that?
Don't look at me like that. I'm not crazy, Captain.
You've been working a mite too hard over them books, maybe, huh?
I have been working hard, yes, but this is no hallucination.
I don't go along with believing a man can live without a head, son.
You don't understand. The man this head belongs to is Death. And it is Death who is coming for me tonight.
Better tell me the whole thing, son. Maybe I can help after all.
Will you come with me to my place after I tell you the story? Will you wait up with me till he comes, Captain? Will you?
Reckon I better, son.
You know my place on Pinckney Street on the hill. It's narrow and cramped with century-old houses. I've got rooms on the second floor of one place, 29 Pinckney. I've been there 2 years since I first went to the hospital. In my living room, there's a bay window that juts out over the sidewalk below. That's where my desk is. 2 weeks ago tonight it was. I'd fallen asleep over my books. Something at the window woke me with a start, a tapping noise. I went to the window and stared. Perched there was a bird. A bird as black as the night itself. I opened the window. And instead of flying away, the bird hopped upon my desk and stood with head cocked to one side of my open book. By now, I knew I wasn't dreaming. I spoke to the creature as you might have. Hey, isn't it late for a bird to be around?
It's late. It's late. It's later than you think. It's much later than you think.
I stared open-mouthed at the open window through which the creature disappeared. Then I smiled, realizing that it must be a pet, a minor bird, perhaps. I went to bed then, thinking it an amusing coincidence that the bird had been taught to say, "It's late," and that I had referred to the hour myself. That's what I thought then. Until 2 nights later. That's when I met the stranger for the first time. You see, Captain, I have a bad heart myself, and I'd worked very hard to save a patient who had a heart ailment, the same rather rare heart condition I have. By 10 Wednesday night, I felt certain she'd pull through. Just as I was going off duty, my night nurse hurried to me.
Dr. Dickens.
Yes?
Doctor, the girl in 14.
Well? No. Are you trying to say she died?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, Doctor.
But I can't believe it. I did everything that could be done, and it looked certain. Are you positive?
Yes, I am. Dr. Smith just confirmed it. Oh, Doctor, you worked so hard on that case. You're worn out. Why don't you go home and rest? I said... Doctor, what's wrong with you? What are you staring at?
You were looking toward the window just now, as I was, weren't you?
Well, yes, I think so. Why?
Didn't you see something black fly past it, a bird?
No. Doctor, you look awfully pale. Can I get you something?
No. I guess I'm tired. I'll go for a little walk and then straight to bed. He was waiting for me when I left the hospital. And I would have walked straight past him, but he spoke to me.
Dr. Dickens.
Yes?
May I speak with you?
How'd you know my name?
Gabriel told me.
Gabriel?
Yes. This is Gabriel. I think you've met.
Oh, that's Gabe. Say, isn't that the bird that knocked on my window a couple of nights ago?
Yes. We were out walking and Gabriel flew to your window. I see that you are very depressed. Can I help in any way, Dr. Dickens?
No, thanks. Patient died always gets me down.
Ah, and so needlessly, too.
What do you mean, needlessly?
You will understand soon, Doctor. Life and death are matters arranged elsewhere. Had it been so desired, your patient would have lived.
Who are you? What's your name? I don't think you said.
It is
Charon. Charon. Charon.
Oh, Mr. Charon, if I believed what you say, I would have to give up medicine.
Not at all. Everyone has a mission to perform, and should.
And what is your mission in life, Mr. Charon?
That. What is our mission in life, Gabriel? Speak up.
It's late. It's late. It's later than you think. Oh.
That was the first time I met the man who calls himself Charon. I asked for a couple of weeks off at the hospital. I thought it might be nerves. I stayed home and read detective stories. I was beginning to feel like my old self again, and on Sunday night, sometime around 9, I decided to turn in when there came more tapping on my window. This time I grinned. Well, Gabriel, come right in.
It's late. It's late.
Sure, I know it's later than I think, Orc. Is that all you can say, Gabriel?
Take my beak from off my heart and take my phone from off my door. Close the raven. Nevermore.
Yes, I had heard correctly. The bird had quoted a full passage from Poe's poem, The Raven. At the same time, I felt a sudden chill in the room, sensed someone in the room, yet I had heard nothing. But I knew.
He also knows a bit of Keats and Shelley, Doctor.
How the devil did you get in here, Charon?
Your door was not locked. Tell me, Dr. Dickens, are you afraid of death?
No more than most people. But I'd rather not die if it's all the same to you.
I'd hope you might think differently than others. At any rate, I have nothing to do with it. As I said to you before, Doctor, these matters are arranged elsewhere.
Where?
Elsewhere.
You're trying to tell me that you can predict death, is that it, Charon?
Of course.
I'd like proof.
Will you accept full responsibility for the knowledge?
Sure.
Give me a moment.
As I stood watching him, tall and black against the white door of my room, it seemed to me he had turned himself inward, and that the living part of him had stepped away, leaving only a gaunt shell. There was no life in him, only the eyes staring.
You will remember the name of Emily Cartier. Her passage has been arranged for. Good night, Dr. Dickens.
After he left, Captain, I walked straight to the phone to call the police. I tried to think of how my story would sound to them. That stopped me for the moment. But I did look up the name Charon had quoted. It was in the phone book, Miss Emily Cartier. Her home was close by in Louisburg Square. I called her at once.
Hello.
Is this Miss Cartier, Miss Emily Cartier?
Oh, yes. Who is this, please?
You don't know me, Miss Cartier. My name is Dickens. I met someone who claims to know you well.
Oh. Isn't that nice? Who is it?
A man named Charon.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Dickens. There must be some mistake. I don't know anyone by that name.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm just as sure as... Oh.
Miss Cartier! Miss Cartier, what is it? Miss Cartier! But I knew what had happened. I knew all too well. Emily Cartier's passage had been arranged for.
Hey. Anybody been giving you the bird lately? Very distinctive character, this Charon, don't you think? Pick him out in a shroud anywhere. Yes. Signs on his mail, eternally yours. Well, shall we get back behind the locked doors of Captain Zeb's tattoo salon? Now put yourself in Zeb's place. If a young, wild-eyed fella came to you with a wooden box, told you it contained the head of a man who was calling for him at 11 o'clock that night, what would you do? You'd listen, wouldn't you? Well, listen.
Hold up now, lad. Let me get the straight line of this. This man you think of as sort of death in mortal shape. Him and his bird. They told you they could tell when the body was going to die? Beforehand?
Yes. And to prove it, Charon gave me the name of the woman in Louisburg Square, Emily Cartier. She was murdered while I talked with her on the phone.
Yeah, and it's simple, lad. The man was mad. A murderer. He killed her.
Did he? I thought that. I went to Louisburg Square after the call. I was determined to tell the first policeman I met the whole story. When I arrived at Emily Cartier's address, the place was teeming with excited people. Also, on the fringe of the crowd beneath a single street lamp, the tall, gaunt shape of Charon stood. I went straight to him. Mr. Charon, I'm turning you over to the police.
Oh, Mr. Dickens, why? Why?
Because I know you killed this woman.
So, come with me. I will speak to the police for you.
You don't dare come.
All right. Come on, folks. Go on home. Go to bed, will you, please?
Officer.
What do you want?
Officer, my friend and I are a little alarmed about this tragedy.
Why?
Well, we live nearby, you see.
Don't give it a thought now. We got the guy who did it.
You caught the murderer?
Sure. One of the neighbors shot him through the head while he was climbing out the window. Now go on home and forget it, if you can.
Well, Carl?
I wish you would leave me alone.
Oh, that is not possible. One way or another, you must come away with me when I leave.
I refuse to believe it.
Suppose I prove my point again. Suppose I tell you the name of someone else who will die. If I am right, you will raise no more objections to leaving with me?
And if your prediction doesn't work out?
You will never see me again. Agreed?
Agreed.
Very well. Gabriel, our friend would like to know who do you know is next to go?
Simeon Black. East India Docks. Simeon Black. The small wooden docks.
Simeon Black, is that it?
Yes, Carl. Simeon Black. Between 8 and 8:30 on the night of November 15th. That is a week from tonight.
All right, fine. If Simeon Black doesn't die then, I will never hear from you again.
That is correct. If Simeon Black dies, as I know it is arranged that he will, you will come away with me on the same night at 11. Good night, Carl. Good night, friend.
November 15th. It's tonight, isn't it?
Yes, Captain Zeb, that's tonight.
And what about Simeon Black, lad? This bargain you made now.
I found Simeon Black. Found him this evening. He was a seaman. The docks gave me his address, a cheap rooming house near the Charles River. The ship was due in at 7. Simeon Black had to live. I stood outside his rooming house waiting. About 5 minutes after 8, a big, burly, rough man came along, heading for the doorway where I stood. He was carrying this box. Simeon Black with 25 minutes to live. Are you Simeon Black?
Yeah.
It's very important that I talk with you.
Yeah, why? Who are you?
My name is Dickens. This is urgent. Please listen.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Do you know anyone who might want to do you harm?
You crazy mister. Sure I do. Couple of 100 guys all around the world. But you ain't one of them.
Where are you?
No, I'm not. But I talked to the man who said you were going to die between now and 8:30. That's why I'm here.
Who?
A man named Charon. A man who has a pet minor bird that talks.
Yeah? I think we better go up to my room and talk, chum. Come on.
In his room, I told him all about Charon and the bird. There was a large clock on the steeple of a nearby dockhouse. I saw that the minute hand stood to 25 after 8 when I finished. Black stood up, his heavy face now pasty pale. The veins of his neck throbbed.
So you're the guy I've been waiting for. All right, Dickens. I met the man with the bird in Martinique. He told me there some dad be killed. He sent you. But I'm not playing. I don't die easy, see? This thing says I don't.
You fool! Put that gun down. Killing me won't help. All we have to do is wait till the time has passed. 3 more minutes. Sit down.
Nothing doing. You're gonna...
Give me that gun, you stupid fool!
Give it here, you punk.
He was right. He caught it.
I couldn't believe my own eyes. I stood there gaping at the floor. The hook that had been Simeon Black was crumpled grotesquely on the bare boards of the room, his denim shirt staining darker and darker as I watched it. Through my fogged mind, I heard the clock strike the half-hour outside. Simeon Black had died as Charon had predicted. But I had killed him. The gun was still in my hand as the door opened and Charon, tall, gaunt, lips smiling, eyes smoldering black, stood there.
You see, Carl? I've kept my bargain. Simeon Black is dead.
You made me do this. You played me against Black. You knew something like this had happened.
Carl, when are you going to understand?
Yes, I knew. But these things are arranged.
By you.
Of course.
I made a bargain with you.
Yes, you did, Carl. I will call for you at 11. We will leave together. No.
You are leaving now, Charon. No! For a moment, I thought I hadn't hit him. He stood there without a tremor. Then from his thin, colorless lips, a trickle of blood coursed down his chin. I can't tell you the triumph of the moment. The days of supernatural, fantastic horror seemed to run out of me. The sight of his blood told me this man wasn't death. This was a clever man who had somehow used me. Everything seemed right again in the world. No matter what happened to me, no matter what.
That's your story, lad? All of it?
Not quite, Captain Zeb. As I regained my senses and saw him there still smiling mirthlessly on the floor beside Simeon Black, I had an impulse to be certain that he wouldn't come back to me. I found a knife in Black's kitchenette. I suppose I still wasn't thinking clearly. Stupidly, I thought perhaps even a supernatural being divested of its head might be powerless. Now I know better.
So you towed her the top of him here from the waterfront in Simeon's duffel box?
Yes. And as I walked here, I began to realize Charon will keep his end of the bargain. That's the story, Captain Zeb.
And it puts me on the spot, lad.
I know. You want to call the police?
Should you know?
But you did promise to come to my place and wait till after 11 anyhow.
I did? It's 15 of 11 now, lad. I'll go along with you. Go ahead.
time is it, Zeb?
Most 11. But I tell you again, lad, ain't nothing gonna happen now.
But I feel it. Sort of a chill. A tight, scared feeling about my heart. I know Charon is coming for me. I feel it.
Bosh.
Listen, Zeb, listen. It's death coming. I feel it in my heart.
Yeah, sure, but...
All right, Charon. All right. I'm ready.
Carl. What's up? What the devil? Dead. He's dead. Come in, hang it. Come in.
Dickens. Carl Dickens.
That's him there, officer.
What's wrong with him?
Well, you can believe it or not, I was just talking to the lad when he pops off. Turned blue in the face and just stopped talking.
He's dead.
Thought so. But how?
From the look of him, I'd say heart case. Have to wait for the coroner. The queer things you come across in this business.
Queer? How come you to be here? Just at 11. That's a queer one to me.
Well, we got a stiff without a head down at the waterfront a couple hours back. Found a diary on him, and we've been checking up.
Who was it?
Guy named Charon. Was let out of Devil's Island when they closed it up a couple of years back. According to the diary, he's been out to get everybody ever had anything to do with his being sent up.
A nut?
Must have been a smart one. He names 3 people he wanted to get rid of. Played one against the other, I guess.
But who? Who killed him?
I don't know. Sergeant's working on it. All I know is in this character's book there's a note says, see Carl Dickens, Pinckney Street, 11 o'clock, November 15th.
What?
What?
Too late. Too late. What's too late? Oh.
What the devil was that?
It's just the bird here. Minor bird. Talks. Leastways, I think it's a bird.
My. You'd better see the headman, Zeb. You know, one thing to learn about all this is you should never lose your head in a crisis. Or you shouldn't lose your head anywhere, for that matter. Oh, yes, just a bit of advice, folks. If some bird comes up to you and says, it's late, you agree with them and call the zoo right away. It's probably a minor bird, and minors should be in bed when it's late.
Inner Sanctum came to you through the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
At first, I thought it was thunder. I thought it might be a storm. But why was it so still and so completely dark? All I knew was that something was wrong. Terribly, terribly wrong. You'll find out what was wrong as you hear The Autocrat on Theater 5. Is that thunder? Harry? Are you awake? What time is it? I can't see the clock. Harry! Oh, no, of course you're not awake. You'd sleep through anything. It is thunder. Before a storm or after? But the electric power must be off. That's why it's so still and pitch dark. I'm sure the power's out, Harry. Oh, Harry, wake up. I'm certainly not getting up to see what's wrong. My head is splitting.
What I've just told you should be good news, Emily. Your heart is as strong as a girl of 20s.
I'll be 47 my next birthday. So that's nonsense. Oh, I appreciate your trying to lie to me.
Emily, I've told you the
But
truth.
I've known I'm chronically ill for a long time, Doctor. I don't need to be spared a bitter pill I've long since swallowed. Any moment, my heart may give out just like that. I know it. My family knows it. I've accepted what must be, and my family has accepted it.
Emily, listen to me. Not only as your physician, but as an old friend. Your family needn't accept your ill health. You needn't accept it. Your health is excellent. Now, Emily, wait.
I'll not stay and listen to such
Now,
nonsense.
wait, please. Harry tells me his firm wants to send him abroad for a year.
To Turkey, yes.
Go with him. The two of you together. After all these years, get away alone together.
And if something happens, be treated by a strange doctor over there?
Nothing will happen. You'll stand the trip fine. Believe me, you'll thrive on it.
Frank Towers, you're a fool. And when I keel over with a heart attack, you'll know it. But for me, that will be too late.
Well, a pleasant surprise, Emily, visiting me in my office.
I won't take but a moment of your time, Mr. Varden.
Right.
And please, don't mention this visit to Harry.
Oh, planning a surprise for him, too, eh? What is it, his birthday? Anniversary?
Nothing so happy, I'm afraid. May I sit down? I feel a little faint.
Oh, do. Right here in this chair.
Thank you.
I'll call Harry.
Oh, no. I'm all right, really. It comes and goes. Mr. Varden, my husband tells me he may be chosen for the assignment abroad.
Oh, not maybe, Emily. He will be. Has been. The firm feels Harry Alkett is the man to handle this Turkish assignment. One of our best engineers, and he rates this plum, which is a plum, my dear.
Harry thinks so.
A rare opportunity. The sort of thing that can make a man's reputation, assure his career.
Mr. Varden, I've just come from my doctor's.
Your doctor's? Yes?
I've tried to shield my family from knowing, but I've known. And I think they suspect. Now I'm positive. It's my heart, Mr. Varden.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Emily.
Yes. Well, the last thing I want is to stand in my husband's way, but he is my husband. And I do need him now as never before.
Most assuredly.
And Turkey is so far away. And this, well, it could happen any time, at any moment. And you know, Harry, he'd never forgive himself if he wasn't at my side.
Most devoted husband I know. If you wish me to treat this in confidence...
Oh, yes, please. I depend on it. You see, I don't want to worry Harry before
before it actually happens. But if he could just, well, simply not get the assignment. Bills from the cleaners, bills from the garage, bills from the gas company, bills. Oh, on one of these again.
Mother, is that you?
Oh, yes, dear.
Anything in the mail for me?
Oh, no, nothing. Why, Diane, whatever are you doing home? Is anything wrong at the office?
I just left early. Can I see the mail, please?
What?
Can I look through the mail, please?
Well, it's just the usual stack
I thought
of
I
bills.
glimpsed an envelope in Joe's handwriting.
Oh, did you? Did you indeed? After I distinctly said there is nothing for you?
It is a letter from Joe, isn't it?
I'm begging you to come back to him, no doubt.
Joe called me at the office this morning. He's written a dozen letters. I got none because you intercepted them all.
Yes, for your own good.
Mother, I'm 23 years old. I'm not a child. I'll live my own life.
Not with Joe.
With Joe, if we can get a chance to work things out. I'm meeting him tonight.
No, Diane.
If we can talk our way round to it, out of this mess, I'm going back to him.
Now, Fear, I won't let you ruin your life. Now, you...
Something wrong, kitten?
Not really, Daddy.
You keep out of this, Harry.
She's my daughter, too, Emily.
And I'm Joe's wife. Maybe not in name only anymore.
Well. Our kitten's actually showing her claws for a change.
Harry, I'm in no mood for what passes for your humor. Now, Diane's just upset. She'll come to her senses. What are you doing here, anyway?
I do live here.
Everybody's home early today, Diane. Now, you?
I came home early to talk to you, Emily.
Oh?
I hear you paid a visit to the boss this morning.
Mr. Barton told you?
Not precisely. But he did let slip a mention of Doc Towers, so when I left Mr. Barton, I phoned the doctor.
You had no right to do that.
Why? Doc Towers told me the good news.
What good news?
About your tests, Em, about your state of health. My news is all bad, so it's a happy coincidence that yours is all good. But after I spoke with the doctor, I got to wondering. I'll get it. I'm right here. Hello. I'll accept it, yes. Well, this is his father.
Jimmy.
Oh, I see. Yes, she's right here. A collect call from Jimmy at school, person to person, to his mother.
Give me the phone. Hello? Yes, this is she. Well, yes, of course. Put him on. Jimmy? Oh, darling, are you all right? Well, I'm relieved. When your father said you needed me, What? What? Oh, darling, not again.
If it's another expulsion, that's it. No other school will have it.
What, dear? I can't hear you. Oh, darling, I know it isn't your fault. No one's blaming you. Those stupid teachers simply don't understand a sensitive child. Jimmy? Oh, darling, please don't cry. Yes, I know it's hard, but you... Of course, Mother understands.
You're ruining the boy, Emily.
Oh, hush. Yes, dear, I'll wire money for your fare home. Now, Jimmy, stop worrying. Doesn't Mother always understand? Have I ever let you down? Yes. Yes, dear, I'll see you soon. Oh, the poor darling.
All his life long.
What?
You've let him down, and Diane, and me.
Well, Harry.
You run our lives. And I can't let you do it anymore, Em. That's what I came home to say. I can't let you do it anymore.
A perfectly dreadful day. No wonder my head's pounding. And on top of it, all the storm that's put out all the lights. Harry, oh, how can that man sleep through this? Not only the storm, but poor Jimmy in trouble, and I certainly haven't.
All our lives, Em. And you're ruining them.
If that's the thanks I get.
Our son's a mamby-pamby mama's boy. He's 17, and your apron strings are throttling.
Harry, I'll not listen to any more such
Our
talk.
daughter's marriage is on the rocks because you encouraged her to walk out on Joe over a minor tip, a spat, a few words of disagreement between
Because I see Joe for what he is. He's a nothing, a nobody.
And me. maybe most of all me, Harry Alcott. I think I saw you today as you really are, Emily, for the first time. I've shut my eyes to it. I haven't wanted to see that, but today you left me no choice.
If you're saying I ruined your life, well, you can thank me for everything you have, everything you are. Our children, our home, even the little money we've saved. Without me, you'd have none of it.
Why did you go to see Mr. Barton?
Now, don't change the subject.
I'm sticking right to the subject, Em. Why did you see the boss this morning?
For your sake, as I do everything in life for the sake of some member of this family.
I'm not getting the assignment to go abroad.
Aren't you?
It was mine. I'd earned it. It was my once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I had it right here in the palm of my hand, and it's gone. Gone! What did you say to Barton?
Don't you dare raise your voice to me.
What did you say to him?
Not to let you go abroad. Yes, I said that. I asked him not to give you the assignment.
Why? In heaven's name, why?
Selfishly. I used the word then. I use it again. I am selfish. If need is selfish, and belonging, and love.
Love?
Yes, love. Oh, I know. People make jokes today about the woman who says, I've given you the best years of my life. But it's true. I have given them to you, and I've earned what I'm asking for.
What are you asking for,
A
Emily?
husband who's some use to me when he's needed, when I'm failing in health, when I look in the mirror and see how I'm failing and get frightened at what I see.
I'm frightened at what I see.
Harry.
You're not failing in health. There's nothing wrong with your heart. Towers said every test was negative.
Frank Towers is a fool. I told him that to his face.
Em, listen to me. I wouldn't have left you alone to go abroad. I wanted you to come with me, to take you with me. I planned on it.
And leave the children?
They're not children, Em.
And my home? To go to a strange, faraway place like Turkey?
Em, it was my great opportunity.
And you would have muffed it.
What?
You would have failed, Harry. If I must spell it out for you, that's the real reason I asked that you be denied the assignment. Because you'd have failed to measure up.
You really believe
You
that?
wouldn't have had the sense, the sensitivity to see you were failing. But I would. And I couldn't go through that again. I couldn't be hurt for you that way again, to endure everyone knowing I'd married a dismal failure. Diane, where are you going?
Out, Mother. I'm meeting Joe in 15 minutes.
No, I won't let you.
You can't stop me. Mother, try to understand.
Never mind her understanding. Go.
I don't really remember anymore where I left Joe. I really don't, Mother. And if it's no more important than that, then it's not as important as our marriage.
Diane, I need you.
You'll have me, dear. Our apartment's only a dozen blocks away.
No, you don't understand. I'm not well. The doctor said...
Tell her what the doctor said, Em.
He said that any moment I... Oh, the pain. Oh, it's here.
Mother.
Go, kitten. I'll take care of her. Go.
Daddy, do something.
She's not ill, Diane. Believe me.
How can you say that? Look at her.
Mother, here. Let me help you to this chair.
If you don't go now, you never will.
Then I never will. Get her a glass of water, can't you? How can you see her suffering and be so heartless?
Diane's here. Diane will take care of you, dear. Diane will take care of you. Harry?
Yes, Em.
Oh, you startled me coming up so quietly.
You were resting. I didn't want to disturb you.
What time is it?
After 10. Here, I'll turn on this lamp.
Where's Diane?
In her room.
Oh, she didn't...
She didn't keep her date with Joe, no, Em. Here, I thought this might help you sleep through the night.
A sedative?
Very mild.
Oh, I don't want it. Here, fluff up my pillow.
You sure you feel well enough to sit up?
I want to sit up. Or was that intended to be sarcastic?
I'm not being sarcastic. That's much too shallow a word to describe how I feel tonight.
How I feel tonight is exhausted. It's been a dreadful day.
Hasn't it? I want to apologize.
Yes?
For those things I said earlier.
I should think you would apologize.
Your reasons for talking to Mr. Barton. Well, I've been trying to see it from your point of view. I guess a woman, a wife, doesn't have a man's angle on his career
his work, his dreams. But there's something more important. Em, about Diane and Joe.
Diane is through with that man.
Give them a chance, Em. Let them live their lives.
Now, if you came up here to talk nonsense...
It's not nonsense, Em. It's our daughter's whole future I'm thinking
It's
about.
her future I'm thinking about.
It belongs to her, Emily, not to us, not to you.
Oh, Harry, do me one favor.
If I can.
Just confine being a failure to your career. Keep it out of this house. Don't be a failure as a father any more than you already are.
Am I that in your eyes, Emily?
Well, there's a mirror on that wall. Look at yourself in it. Has that man shown endless patience with his son? Oh, no. Has he helped his daughter see her husband for the worthless thing he is? No. Has he once agreed with me, their mother, about how to raise them? No.
You have been wrong, Em.
When? Name once. You can't name once.
All right. It's a futile argument.
At least you've the sense to see that.
But listen to me. Now, listen. We'll forget about your coming to the office and costing me that foreign assignment. We'll pretend it didn't happen, provided you loosen the apron strings on Jimmy and let Diane go her own way.
Provided, eh? Well, Harry, that sounds like you're trying to strike a bargain.
I'm not bargaining. I'm asking.
Well, don't. Oh, now you've managed to upset me again. Where is that sedative? I need it now.
Em, for the last time.
Here it is.
Wait.
Harry, shall I tell you something? You bore me. Oh, that terrible stuff.
I'm sorry, Emily. Why do you take it all the time?
Well, don't you understand? I've got to get some rest.
Yes, Emily. Rest. It happened so suddenly, Doctor. I got to you as fast as I could locate you.
It's this way sometimes. Every test proves out. Then nature steps in and says you're wrong, doctors.
Mother. Oh, Mother. What is it? What's happened? Why is Diane crying?
Harry, what about your son? I wired him to hurry.
What did he say? What did he say? I heard him clearly. But that was hours ago. Or days. No, this all happened today. This perfectly dreadful day. Ending with this storm that's put out all the electric power. Harry? That sound. That's not thunder. My own heart. My own heart beating. Harry? He's not here. No one's here. But then, where am I? My own bed? No. It's not my pillow. It doesn't feel like... I don't have a satin pillowcase. Satin? My arms... I can barely move them. A few inches. And here, satin. And here. And above my face. No, it can't be. It can't be. No. Listen to me. Hear me. Hear me, somebody. Not like this. I'm alive. I'm in my chest. I'm dead.
Theater 5 has presented The Autocrat, written by William Kendall Clark and directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Mary Jane Higby, Court Benson, Connie Brigham, Nat Pullen, and Humphrey Davies. Audio engineer Marty Follia. Sound technician M.C. Brock. Script editor Jack Maxie Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking.
In Brazil invites you on where every moment heading to places we in Brazil, one at a time. Link and embark.
You, finding life rather dull, dreaming again of exotic places, wishing you were somewhere else? We offer you escape.
Today, with the performance of John Daner as Isherwood Williams, Escape brings you one of the most unusual and terrifying stories of recent years. George Stewart's powerful novel, Earth Abides.
If you should awake some morning, tomorrow morning, let's say, if you should awake to a man-dead world where virtually all of human life had been destroyed from the face of the earth, leaving behind only buildings, bridges, machines, if you should awake to such a world tomorrow morning, what would you do? Where would you go? This is the year 3. My name is Isherwood Williams. It's 3 years since I returned from the lonely mountain country of Northern California to find that mankind had virtually vanished from the earth. Some unknown virus had scourged him from his high place among animals. His great cities were tombs. His entire civilization was crumbling. I toured the emptiness that had once been called America. From the silent towers of Manhattan to the Golden Gate Bridge, I saw in all 10 human beings still alive. In the 4th month after my return to San Francisco, I saw a light on Nob Hill. It was there I found M, who became my wife. Year 1 passed. We called it the year of the baby. Year 2, we called the year of the rats. Now it was year 3. M, the baby, and I were struggling for existence amid the fast-decaying wealth of San Francisco.
Oh!
All right, now be careful. Careful, Em.
Isn't it funny? It always makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong.
What?
Not breaking into the biggest food store on Market Street.
It's not wrong, Em. There's no private property anymore. This city, this grocery store, it's all ours now.
But Ish, look. Look at this place.
The rats left their mark here, all right. There's the answer to their death. They ate all the food they could get at, then they ate each other.
Oh, Ish, how horrible.
It's a familiar pattern, Em. A species grows, dominates the earth for a short time, then dies. Oh, come on. We'll take a look at the bottles and the canned goods.
Ish, look, the labels are gone. They're eaten off.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to try to guess at the contents by the shape of the can.
Well, the bottles are easy. Here, look. Bottles of real lemon juice.
Fine. This should be corned beef.
Look at it all. Tons of it. We could live on just this forever.
No, Em. We can't be scavengers forever. That's why the rats died. Em, we've got to grow things. We've got to bring something new into the world. Oh, come on. Let's get some of this stuff home. During that year, Em and I found whatever we needed for ourselves and the baby in the empty, silent stores of San Francisco. We lived on the spoiling supplies of 1 million people. One evening, just after dusk, I suddenly noticed a strange, wavering glow in the sky over the downtown area of the city. I called Em to the window. There was a smell of smoke in the air. Fire, Em!
Ish.
San Francisco's on fire.
Ish. Isn't there something we can do?
No. There were. Must be 3 square miles of flame.
What started it, do you suppose?
We'll never know. Oily rags in the basement, some gasoline explosion. Could be any one of 1,000 causes.
Will it reach the house?
No, I don't think so. Wind's blowing it away from us. It'll burn itself out in a day or 2.
We'll come away from the window.
Em. Em, do you smell gas?
I don't know.
It smells like it to me.
Open the door to the hall.
Yeah.
Hey, the hall is filled with it. Hey, we've got to get out of here. Gas line must have burst. One spark and this place will blow up like a bomb.
Baby, I'll get the baby.
All right. We'll be safe from the fire escape. Hurry, Em. Here, I'll take the baby.
Be careful.
Now just hang on to the rail and I'll walk slowly. Now, come on. We started down the fire escape. In the distance, the flames were gutting the heart of the city. Parts of Chinatown were already gone. Kept going down to street level, and then we started running. Any second, a spark could blow the building to dust, and we ran, our breath tearing in our throats. Back against the wall, Em. The shockwave. Em, you all right?
Hold me close.
It's all over, Em. We're going to be all right. We moved to another section of town that had been spared by the fire. The days passed, the days and the weeks. Em and I were growing tired of the canned foods and wanted some fresh vegetables and fruit. But we needed a car. One day, Em and I found a Jeep in a garage. In the storeroom, I found new tires to replace the rotted ones the Jeep had been standing on.
Will it work?
Well, after 2 years, hard to say. I'm no mechanic.
All the cars to choose from, and we picked something like this. I always wanted a convertible. Maybe a Cadillac or a Packard.
It's more useful and more durable. Besides, it's all we need. All right, Em. Let's try it. Step on the starter. No. All right, now try it. Oh, come on. Come on, start. Oh. Good, come on. Good. Oh, come on.
Ish, you did it.
One night, several months later, Em shook me awake.
Ish.
Huh?
Ish, wake up.
Hmm?
There's something outside moving around.
What?
Right by the window.
Give me the hammer.
Be careful, Ish.
I'll be all right.
I'll come with you.
No, stay here. I'll be right back. Who's there? Who's there? Girl. Come here. Oh, I won't hurt you. Come here. What are you doing?
Eileen. My name is Eileen.
Where are you from?
Eileen. Hungry.
Well, come on inside.
Eileen? Oh, I've been looking all over for you. Eileen, where have you been? Okay, mister. You can put that hammer down. I ain't going to hurt you.
Oh, sure. Well, come on inside. Em, somebody's here.
Just Eileen and me. She's my adopted daughter. About a year ago, I found her on Main Street in Los Angeles. She was starving. Can't forage for herself, Eileen can't, so I got to take care of her. She can't think so good.
Well, how long you been here?
About 2 days, wandering around the city. Nice city, this San Francisco. Wished I'd have visited here when it had people. Reckon I really could have had myself a time.
I'll get you two something to eat.
Well, that's mighty nice. By the way, I sure am an impolite cuss. If my name's Ezra, I don't believe I caught yours.
Isherwood. This is M.
Well, I'm happy to know you. Eileen, looks like we've met up with some real nice people.
Ezra and his new daughter Eileen stayed with us, made their home in the house next door. Now the year 3 has passed. We called it the Year of Ezra. November, the year 4. A woman came a week ago. She had dark hair, dark eyes. She was alone. Ezra has taken her for his wife. June 9th, the year 5, our second son was born this day. We named him Joey. April, the year 6, 2 men and a woman have come. George says he's a carpenter. Harry worked in the bank. Well, he'll have to learn a trade. The woman is called Mabel.
Ish, you better come with me.
Well, what's the matter?
The water. It stopped running in the faucets.
Well, maybe it's just a broken pipe in your place.
No, I checked, and it ain't just my place. I've checked all the houses around, and there ain't any water running in any of them.
Maybe it's a water main under the street.
I don't think so. You know what I think?
What?
I think the water stopped way up in the mountains someplace. Ish, San Francisco's going dry.
In 2 weeks, not a drop of rain. Ezra, we can't go on boiling the water forever. If we're going to live, we've got to get out of here.
Yeah, but there's still all them canned goods.
That's what's wrong, Ezra. We've been living off the old instead of building something new. Look, we've got to forget that water ran out of faucets and vegetables come in cans. We've got to start growing things ourselves.
We will when the time comes, I reckon.
You better come quick.
What is it, Em?
Eileen,
What's the matter with her?
she must have been drinking polluted water.
Typhoid.
What does the book say, Ish? What are we going to do?
Isolate the others. Mabel can nurse Eileen.
What do we do for her? What's the treatment?
Well, you can't shorten the disease, it says. All you can do is help make it less severe. Now, don't worry, Ezra. We'll do our best.
Eileen, she's so helpless. She don't understand.
Yeah, but you move in with us. If this thing spreads, it can wipe out all of us.
Ish, another case.
Who is it?
George.
Move him in with Eileen. Get another bed in there.
You won't have to.
What do you mean?
Eileen's dead.
This is the year 6, a year of disease and death. I went to the drugstores, walking the misty, dark streets of the city, armed with my medical text, my hammer. I raided the dusty shelves and the long, warm refrigerators of the pharmaceutical departments. The wonder drugs had long since rotted in their vials. Some sulfur was still potent, and I used it liberally. Yet case after case of typhoid broke out. Some lived, most died, including our firstborn. Our little community, upon which I had pinned the hopes of a new birth of mankind, had dwindled from 12 persons to 7. 5 adults, only 2 children.
You've got to get some sleep, Ish.
How many of us are left, Em? Count them for me.
Ezra, George, Mabel, our second son, Joey, and Ezra's boy. You and I.
Oh, Em. Em, what's the good of starting again? We're being exterminated from the earth, every small being of us, so things can become green again.
There are 7 of us, Ish. Once there was only me, and once there was only you. Alone and separated. There are still 7.
Oh, Em. Em, what would I do without you?
Go to sleep.
Well, you won't make the mistake a second time. Won't be any looking back. You'll forget the trains that used to run, and the tall buildings, and the soft food. We'll go back to the earth. Back to the earth, Em. Back to the earth. We left San Francisco, we few survivors. We packed only the essentials, the machines, the conveniences. We left to the sun and the wind. From this time on, we'd work in the soil. The decay of the old times was behind us now. We went south and east until we came to a watered land, green with growing things. This would be our Eden. Here, without the memories of a dead people about us, we would begin mankind again. Come here, Joey.
Yes, Daddy.
Joey, here, sit down here next to me. I want to ask you some questions.
Sure.
Now, first of all, what year is this?
Oh, that's an easy question. The year 15.
Joey, did you do your reading today?
Sure.
You like to read.
Yeah.
Joey, there's something I want to tell you. You know, there were once a lot of people like us on Earth. Millions. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, I read about them. They could fly.
That's right. Well, someday there'll be millions of people again. And they'll fly again, years from now. But after I'm gone, there won't be anybody to show them the way. That's why I'm depending on you.
What am I supposed to do?
Learn, read, study. You're going to lead them someday, Joey, after I'm gone. Don't let them go back. You don't understand.
I think I do.
Oh, well, you will. Oh, look. I want to show you what I made this morning.
What is it?
It's called a bow. The guns won't be good much longer. The powder will get rotten. Guns will get rusty. You can hunt with this, kill animals for food. Here, look here, see? I carved it out of willow. Then I strung strips of calf hide from one end of the bow to the other. And now watch this. See here, this is the arrow.
That's fun. Let me try.
All right, here.
Like this?
That's right. Now pull back. Hard. No. Hard. There. Now, let go.
Boy, that's swell. Can I take it outside and play with it?
Sure, but be careful with it.
Hey, Billy, look what I got. Hey, Billy!
It took thousands of years for man to pass from the spear to the bow and arrow. I've just done it in 5 minutes. This is the year 19. I have gray hair. It's odd to think of myself as an old man. Well, I'm not really 51. There are 19 numbers in a smooth piece of rock in the meadow that I chipped in with my hammer and chisel. My hammer. What would I do without my hammer? Everything is going along well. Quite a farmer now. Community is growing. There are 45 of us. Strangers that drifted in. Babies born. Maybe man is something you can't quite kill off. A stranger named Charlie came in today. I don't like him. He's gruff and hard. And his eyes... I don't like his eyes.
Sure, 3 men at a time.
Gee, Charlie, how'd you do it?
With my bare hands. Came at me all at once. I grabbed 2 of them and banged their heads together. They cracked like coconuts. Then the other one I knocked down and stepped on his face. Wasn't much left of him after I got through.
Gee.
It's time for bed, Joey.
Oh, can't he tell one more, Dad?
Maybe some other night.
Okay. Good night, Dad. Good night, Charlie.
Good night, Joey.
Will you come tomorrow night?
Maybe. Great kid you got there.
What did you do in the old times, Charlie?
Oh, a lot of things. For a while I was a stickman in Las Vegas. Used to be a fighter, too. A lot of things. You name it.
You intend to stay?
Sure I intend to stay. Why not? No other place to go. This is the only good-sized group of human beings I've seen. And believe me, I've been around. Sure, I'll stay.
Everybody works. It's the only way we can live.
Listen, you. If I want to stay, I'll stay, and I'll stay on my own terms. I don't ask anything from anybody. I live my own way. You better understand that right now.
And you better understand something before we go any further, Johnny. I've been elected to leadership in this town, and we aren't a bunch of independent individuals doing what we please. We're a community, working together. Either you accept that, or get out.
We ain't gonna get along, Mr. Isherwood Williams. And I'm staying. Good night.
Gunshot! Ish, what is it?
I don't know.
Don't go out there, Ish.
Ish, he's roaring drunk.
Where is he?
Right outside.
Yeah. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Come on out.
Ish. Ish, don't go.
Well. The great Isherwood. Howdy, Isherwood.
Put down that gun, you crazy fool.
Let go.
Down.
Let go me, you.
Ish, are you all right?
Never mind me. Get that gun away from him. Get George.
Yeah. Where's George? Bring George. Let's see George take this gun away from me. Hey, George, come on and try to take this thing away from me.
Hey, what's going on here? Charlie, give me that gun.
Nobody's taking my gun away. It's mine.
Charlie.
What's mine is mine. Stay away.
Give me that gun.
Stay away, George. Stay away. I told him to stay away.
George. George!
He's dead. All right, you. You've done enough damage with that thing. Hand it over.
There's only one answer. Death.
Death. You mean kill him? Murder him?
No, it's not murder, Em. You and Mabel and Ezra and I, we're the government now. We've been elected. Council of 4. There isn't any government but us. It's not a matter of punishment. It's protecting the community from a menace, and that's what Charlie is.
But he was drunk.
All the more reason he might do it again.
Afraid so, Em. We can't take the chance.
We're like a jury.
Let's vote. We've got all the facts.
The vote's been called. Any questions?
Ish, is it right? Is it right to take a human life?
To save many lives, yes, Em, it's got to be right. We'll take a voice vote. You first, Mabel. What do you say?
Death.
Ezra?
Death.
Em? Well, how do you vote, Em?
Death.
It's unanimous. We'll carry out the sentence tomorrow morning. The Council of 4 had made its decision. This was not killing in passion or rage or hatred. This was the deliberate and sane elimination of an enemy. Early in the morning, we tied Charlie to an oak tree. Ezra took Charlie's revolver. Charlie stared at him with childish disbelief. He gasped, slumped into his ropes, his mouth red with blood, his eyes swollen in death. The power of the new state was born.
Grandfather? Is it the new year now?
Yes, Carl. New Year. Here,
carry my hammer for me?
No.
It won't hurt you. And my hammer, here.
No, I don't want it.
Why not?
It's magic.
Magic? My hammer?
Aunt Phyllis says your hammer's magic. She says you're magic.
Carl, it's just a plain, ordinary hammer. No, now. Carl, don't be afraid.
No, it's magic. You're magic.
Dad.
Hello, Joey.
Carl, go and play.
Sure, Dad. Goodbye, Grandfather.
Joey, what's the matter with them? They say I'm magic. My hammer is magic.
You're a legend, Dad. You're the only one left out of them all. Ezra, George, Mabel, Mother M. All gone now. Only you. The hammer's a symbol. Symbol of leadership.
Yes. Yes, that's the way things happen.
You're the only one that's lived through from the old times.
The only one. The only one. Joey.
Yes, Dad?
I'm old. Very old. And I can't see very well. Did I make the numbers clearly?
Yes, Dad. 48. The year 48.
It's all begun again. Life. Generations and generations. Oh, Em, if you could have lived to see your faith come true. And once there were only the two of us, alone and separated. I want to see the old once more before I die. Just once more. The bridge. The Golden Gate Bridge.
We're here, Dad.
How does it look, Joey? Tell me. How does the Golden Gate Bridge look?
It's old and rusty, but it's wonderful. It's beautiful.
Is there a car? Small car on the bridge?
Yes, Dad, it's still there.
Can you still see buildings across the water?
Only a few, Dad. It's mostly overgrown. But the hills behind the city are beautiful today.
Good. Joey, here. Here's the hammer.
Yes, Dad.
You're the new leader now. The hammer has always been the symbol. Pass it on to the best of them. And, Joey, don't let them make a god of you. Let knowledge be the watchword. Oh, will you understand, Joey?
I understand, Dad.
Know the earth, Joey. Know the earth.
Dad. Oh. Men go and come. But the earth abides. Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. You have just heard Earth Abides by George Stewart, especially adapted for Escape by David Ellis. John Daner was starred as Ish with Peggy Weber as M. Featured in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Parley Bear, Jeffrey Silver, Paul Frees, Lou Krugman, and Larry Dobkin. The special music for Escape was arranged and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. Stay tuned now for Make Believe Town, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, where you spend an hour with Frank Sinatra every Sunday afternoon on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
In just a moment, X-1. But first, no one can deny that spring is in the air, and to prepare for the new season, NBC's Weekday brings you some timely and useful features. One is a new series with Phil and Lampy on gardening tips for both city and country dwellers. The second feature brings you hints for the best use of leisure time. And you can also bet that Joe Copeland, famous dress designer, will enlighten you on the spring fashion picture when she appears on tomorrow's show. Listen in and hear it all on NBC's Weekday tomorrow morning. And now stay tuned for X-1 on NBC.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire.
From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents X-1. Tonight's story, A Gun for Dinosaur, by L. Sprague de Camp.
Just whiskey, please. No soda.
Ice, Mr. Rivers?
Good heavens, no. I have been in America for some time, but not that long.
Well, to a fine dinosaur head.
Well, now, just a moment, Mr. Seligman. I won't take you hunting late Mesozoic dinosaur.
Why not?
How much do you weigh? About 9 stone?
130 pounds.
Yeah, I thought so. It's not heavy enough.
But your advertisement. You said safaris arranged to any time period.
Well, I'll take you to any period in the Cenozoic. I'll get you a shot at any entelodont or even mammoth or mastodon. They have fine heads. But I'll jolly well not take you to the Jurassic or the Cretaceous. You're just too small.
But what's my weight got to do with it?
Now, look here, old boy. What did you think you were going to shoot those dinosaurs with?
Well,
Well, look over here in this case. That's my own gun, a Continental 600. That shoots a pair of Nitro Express cartridges the size of bananas. It's designed for knocking down elephant, not just wounding them, but knocking them base over apex.
Well, now, I've handled guns.
Oh? Look, I've been guiding hunting parties for over 20 years. But I've never known a man your size who could handle the 6-0. It knocks him over.
Well, people have killed elephant with lighter guns, even a 375.
Ah, yes, but consider an elephant weighs, well, let's say from 4 to 6 ton. You're planning to shoot reptiles weighing 2 to 3 times as much as an elephant. Now, I tell you, Mr. Seligman, I won't take anybody hunting dinosaur who can't handle a 6-0. Look, let's pour another drink, and I'll tell you why. You see, I went into the partnership with the Raja about 5 years ago. I call him that because he's the hereditary monarch of Jaunpur. It means nothing, of course. We both wanted to do a bit of hunting again, and Africa's all played out. It's too civilized now. So when we heard of Professor Prohaska's time machine at Washington University, we caught the next plane to St. Louis. The foundation administering the machine had worked out an arrangement splitting the time between scientific parties and hunters who wanted to try their luck at prehistoric game. Hunters paid through the nose, of course, to support the project. Well, it was about our 5th safari that Courtney James showed up. He's what you chaps call a playboy, a big bloke, handsome in a way, florid, beginning to turn to fat. He was on his 4th wife. And when he showed up at the office with a blonde, I assumed that this was the 4th Mrs. James. But he left her in the outer office and corrected my assumption.
Bunny? Oh, no, she's not my wife. My wife is in Mexico, I think, getting a divorce. But Bunny here would like to go along.
I'm sorry. We don't take ladies. Not to the late Mesozoic.
If she wants to go, she'll go. She skis and flies my airplane, so why shouldn't
There are enough risks at 85 million BC without adding to them. I'm sorry, but it's against the firm's policy.
Now, look here. I'm paying you a lot of money. I'm entitled...
You can't hire me to do anything against my best judgment. Now, if that's how you feel, get another guide.
All right, all right. But let me tell you.
Oh, it ended with my telling him to get out of the office or I'd throw him out. And I was thinking sadly of all that lovely money that James would have paid me. When in came another side. An August Holtzinger, a slim, bald chap with glasses.
Mr. Rivers, I don't want you to think I'm here under false pretenses. I'm really not much of an outdoorsman, and I'll probably be scared to death when I see a real dinosaur.
Well, most of us are frightened at first, but it doesn't do to speak of it.
Well, you see, I've always run a grocery store till my uncle died, and, well, I've got a great deal of money now.
Uh-huh.
And I'm building a new house. I'm engaged, you know, getting married, and, well, I'm determined to hang a dinosaur head over my fireplace or die in the attempt. A ceratopsian, I think. That's the one with the big horned head and the frill over the neck, isn't it?
Well, you want to think twice about that, you know. If you put a 7-foot Triceratops head into a small living room, there's apt to be no room left for anything else.
I know it's ridiculous, but I'm determined to do something big for once. Since there's no more real big game hunting, I'm going to shoot a dinosaur and hang his head over my mantel. I'll never be happy otherwise.
The Roger and I decided to make it to the Middle Cretaceous. That's about 85 million years ago. It's the best period for dinosaur in Missouri. So we drove Holtzinger into the country to let him try the 600.
It's rather heavy.
Look, you look out. There's quite a kick.
Well, couldn't you fire it prone?
Oh, not a gun that big. There's not enough give. You'd break your shoulder. All right. Take the safety off.
Like this?
Yeah. Take my hand. I'll help you up.
Thank you. I think I better try something smaller.
Well, he took a fancy to my Manchester 70, chambered for a .375 Magnum cartridge. That's a little light for elephant, and very definitely light for dinosaur, but we were in a hurry. And then, of course, just before we were ready to trek, James showed up and apologized for insulting me. He'd had a run-in with the girl, and he wanted to go along. And so we were off on safari. You all ready, gentlemen?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
Mr. Holtzinger, you've met my partner, the Roger of Janpur.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Well, shall we get cracking? After you, Mr. Holtzinger. Mr. James.
Thank you.
Let's get going. All set.
We'll slam the hatch, and off we go.
What happens?
Nothing till the force field is built up. There she goes.
What happened to the lights?
Well, there's no current while we're in transition.
I don't feel well.
There's usually a touch of vertigo. I shouldn't worry about it.
Look, where do you shoot for? I mean, with dinosaur. What is the best shot?
Well, you don't try for his brain, you know. They don't have any. Well, to be exact, they have a little bump about the size of a tennis ball on the top of their spines. And you're not likely to hit it when it's embedded in a 6-foot skull.
Try for the heart. They have big hearts, over 100 pounds. An exploding shell in the heart will slow them down, at least.
Oh, I see.
Why do we have to go so far for game? Why couldn't we just go back 50 years and shoot lions in Africa?
Well, the machine won't work more recently than 100,000 years ago.
Why?
Well, look, I'm no four-dimensional expert on the subject, but it has something to do with what they call time paradox. You know, if people could go back to recent times, they might do something to affect history or kill their own grandfather, you know. And there's also some kind of taboo about sending people back to the same time again. There's paradoxes. Mustn't have them.
What would happen?
I'm not sure, but the university isn't taking chances. They've got about a billion years to cover. They won't run out of eras. Hello? Here we go. Oh, cheers, eh? Well, that's done it. April 24th, 85 million years BC. Now then, careful. Keep the safety on your gun. And don't shoot unless I give the word.
Why? Why should we have to wait for you?
Because I'm responsible for everything you do. Especially if something goes wrong. I say, Roger, open the door, will you? In this period, the time chamber materializes on top of a rocky rise. At the west, you see the arm of the Kansas Sea that reaches across Missouri, and the big swamp where the sauropods live. To the east, the land slopes up to a plateau. It's good for ceratopsians. The finest thing about the Cretaceous is the climate. It's balmy like the South Sea Islands, and not so muggy as the Jurassic. Oh, we sent the time chamber back off and looked about. It was spring, with the dwarf magnolias in bloom all over. Down towards the Kansas Sea, cycads and willows grew, while the uplands were covered with screw pins and ginkgo. Yeah, well, I'm no ruddy poet, but I can appreciate a beautiful scene. Well, I was looking through the haze and sniffing the air.
I got him! I got him!
What the devil?
You see it? There it goes!
Confound it, you idiot! I told you not to shoot without word from me. And what happened?
An unearth of mine. Wandered out of the cops. Mr. James gave him both barrels. Missed.
Now, look here, James. One of the biggest dangers on a safari is trigger-happy sahibs who get panicky. You're not to shoot unless you're told. You understand?
Who do you think you are to tell me when to shoot my own game?
Now, look here. Firstly, if you shoot off all your ammunition before the trip is over, your gun won't be available in case of a pinch. And secondly, if you empty both barrels, what would happen if a big theropod should charge before you could reload? And finally, it's not sporting to shoot everything in sight. Is that clear?
All right. All right.
Well, now then. First task is fresh meat. As I told you, Holsinger wanted a ceratopsian head. James insisted on a tyrannosaur. Then everybody would think that he'd shot the most dangerous game. Well, the fact is that tyrannosaur's overrated. But everybody's read about the tyrant lizard and... Well, he does have the biggest head of the theropods. Oh, and he'll snap you up if he gets the chance, no fear. Oh, we started off searching for meat. The Raja and I put the sahibs in front. We tell them it's so that they'll get the first shot, which is true, but another reason is that they're always tripping and falling with their guns cocked, and if the guy were in front, he'd get shot.
Boneheads.
Where?
See? Crouching over there. Feeding on those cycads. It was about the size of a man.
They look intelligent.
Well, not likely. That bulge on the head is solid bone. Now then, hold on there, James. You've had your shot for the day. Hold your fire until Holsinger shoots.
Yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Holsinger.
Doesn't matter which one?
No, here. Try that one by the rock. There's a good clear shot. Well, take your safety off.
Oh.
Go ahead now.
Well? Shh. Nuts. I've had enough of this.
James, don't...
I got him clean right through the heart. First shot. How's that?
I thought you were going to give Holsinger the first crack. It's his turn.
Well, I waited. Took so long I thought he'd gotten buck fever.
Very well. But if this sort of thing happens once more, we leave you at camp the next time we go out. The next couple of days, we trekked around the neighborhood and then headed over to the sauropod swamp, over to the west. We were staked out along the edge of the lake, watching a big beggar out in the swamp waving his head about. And they're the big ones. It looks something like the brontosaur.
Can't we shoot him?
I wouldn't.
Why not?
Well, there's no point to it, and it's not sporting. Like, if you kill one in the water, he sinks and can't be recovered. And if you kill one on land, well, the only trophy is that little head on the top of that long neck. You can't bring that whole beast back because he weighs 30 tons or more.
That museum in New York got one.
Oh, yes. Well, they sent a party of 48 to the early Cretaceous with a 50 caliber machine gun. They spent 2 solid months hacking and sawing the carcass apart and hauling it to the time machine. I know the chap on the project, and he still has nightmares in which he smells decomposed dinosaur. And they also had to kill a dozen big sauropods who came in for the party. And then they had them lying around, too. They lost 3 men.
Reggie! Duckbill!
Where? Where are they?
Up there at the shoreline. Now, keep your voices down. You see? With a crest on the back of their heads.
Mr. Rivers, I've been thinking over what you said about those heads. If I could get one of those duckbills, I'd be satisfied. It'd look big enough over my mantle, wouldn't it?
I'm sure of it, old boy. Well, let's be off. Roger, you wait here with Mr. James. Shouldn't take us long. Holt and I crept along the shoreline, narrowing the range to the duckbills.
I think I can make the shot from here. I'll be ready in a minute. My shoe is loose.
He's getting away. I won't get a shot.
I'm afraid Mr. James has fired both barrels again.
James, that's the second time you spoiled my shots. I ought
Don't be a fool. I couldn't let them wander into camp, stamping everything flat.
There was no danger of that. You can see that the water is deep offshore. It's just that our trigger-happy Mr. James can't see any animal without shooting.
And if it did get close, all you have to do is to throw a stick of firewood at it. They're perfectly harmless.
Well, how was I to know?
I believe I mentioned it.
Well, what are we on this miserable trip for, except to shoot things?
There are certain rules, you know.
You call yourselves hunters. I'm the only one who was hitting anything.
Now, just a moment, old man. You're behaving like a confounded skite with more money than brains. I should never have brought you along.
Well, that's how you feel. Give me some food and I'll go back to the base by myself.
Now, don't be a bigger ass than you can help. That's quite impossible.
All right, I'll go alone. I wouldn't want to pollute your air with my presence.
Yeah, that's an attractive thought, Reggie, but we can't let him go. He'll get lost or starve. All right, I'll go after him.
We stumbled along for several more days, James on his good behavior for a change. And on the 1st of May, we broke camp and headed north to the hills. That was hot and sticky. And we were soon panting and sweating like horses when I picked up the smell of carrion and heard the thrumming of the flies. We found a huge ceratopsian lying dead in a little hollow on the edge of the copse. He must have weighed 6 or 8 tons alive.
Why couldn't I have gotten him before he died? That would have made a darn fine head.
Look, on your toes, chaps. The sauropod that's been at this carcass is probably nearby.
How do you know?
We see how the hide's been ripped off and the bones are scattered. Sauropods will hang around a carcass like this for weeks, gorging and then sleeping their meals off for days at a time.
What do we do?
Well, that's what we came after. Look, Roger, you take Mr. James through that way, and we'll parallel you 40 feet distant. Now keep your eyes open. It'll be hard to see in these woods unless you're right on top of him. We pushed through the edge of the copse, looking for the huge flesh-eater who'd been at the carcass. I could hear James and the Rajah pushing ahead on my right. We were separated by a gully when I heard a noise ahead on our left.
What is it?
I don't know. Take the safety off your gun.
Oh, there it is. It's one of those boneheads.
Oh, well, they're not dangerous at any rate. But be careful. That sauropod might still be around.
I've got him! Got him clear!
Well, he's done it again. He shot the bonehead.
I've got him! Look out! Look out! Tyrannosaur!
The Tyrannosaur heaved his head out of the shrubbery just in front of us. Look, the scientists can insist that Rex is bigger than Trionches, but I'll swear that this Tyrannosaur was bigger than any Rex ever hatched. It must have stood 20 feet high and been 50 feet long. I could see its big, bright eye and 6-inch teeth. He'd been sleeping off his last meal, and James fired off both barrels over his head at the bonehead and woke the Tyrannosaur up.
Get back! Get back, you fool!
Gun's empty and Roger can't get a shot. Found it. There goes the beast in behind those ferns. Holtzinger! Holtzinger! Come back! Your gun's too light for that beggar! James came bolting back in a panic and blundered into the Rajah, sending both of them sprawling under the ferns. The Tyrannosaur came after them to snap them up. Holtzinger began to blaze away. He got off 3 shots through the beast's body with that little light gun. The Tyrannosaur whirled around to see what was stinging it. The jaws came open, and the head swung around and down again. Holtzinger got off 1 more shot and tried to leap to one side. The Tyrannosaur continued its lunge and caught him in its jaws as he fell.
Reggie! Stand clear! Hart's the only chance.
It's no use. There he goes.
Try a long shot.
No, missed him clean. Poor Holzinger.
Well, that's the end. He stopped screaming. Did you notice?
Oh, yes. Well, I expect we'd best track the beastie. He might be dying. We should try to recover Holzinger's remains.
Yes, there's nothing else to do.
No, nothing. It's a bad show all round. An hour later, we gave up and went back to the glade looking very dismal.
Well, where have you two been?
We were occupied. The late Mr. Holzinger. Remember?
You shouldn't have gone off and left me. None of those things might have come along. Isn't it bad enough to lose one hunter through your stupidity?
What?
Sure, you put us in front of you, so if anybody gets eaten, it's one of us. That's...
You stinking little swine. If you hadn't been a first-class idiot and blown those two barrels again, this never would have happened. Holzinger died trying to save your worthless life. And I wish he'd failed.
Oh, I ought to...
Now then, my laddybuck, I'm glad you did that. It gives me a chance I've been waiting for. Now get up, and I'll be glad to finish off.
You won't finish anybody off. All right, put your hands up. Both of you.
Put that gun away. Don't be an idiot.
I won't let anybody do that to me.
You can't get away with murder.
Why not? Won't be much left of you after you're hit with a 600 explosive shell. Nobody could prove anything. They can't hold you for a murder 85 million years old. The statute of limitations, you know.
Nice work, Roger, old chap.
Yes. Cretaceous rock. Doesn't quite have the balance of a cricket ball, but it's a bit harder, what?
Well, suppose we tie this chap up and take him back to camp. When the time transition chamber finally arrived, we fell over one another getting into it. We dumped James in a corner and threw the switches.
You two should have killed me back there.
Why? You don't have a particularly good head.
You wouldn't look at all well over a mantle.
You can laugh, but I'll get you someday.
Close quarters, isn't it?
Someday I'll find a way. I'll find a way and I'll get off scot-free, too.
My dear chap, if there was some way to do it, I'd have you charged with Holzinger's murder. Look, you'd best let well enough alone.
No, I'll kill you. Both of you. Somehow.
Cigarette, Roger?
Thanks.
When we came out in the present, we handed him his empty gun, and off he went. We paid everybody off, found that we were broke. But quite luckily, a steel manufacturer turned up who wanted a mastodon head for his den. While we were standing in the laboratory at the university waiting for the time chamber, the technician, he's a bookish chap, a theoretical, a temporal physicist, was watching his dials and scopes.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Rivers, you just missed him.
Missed who?
That last client of yours, Mr. James.
Well, that's good luck. What was he doing here?
Oh, he told me quite a tale. Said he'd lost his wallet back there. Said it contained some very valuable papers. It must have been valuable. He paid the university fee of $5,000 for the use of the chamber. He's on his way back there now.
Back where?
Well, he told me to send him back a few minutes before you arrived the last time. Then he could see himself drop the wallet.
He's going to stand there and watch himself come out? Yeah, but, doesn't that create what you chaps call a paradox? What happens when a man tries to occupy the same time twice?
No, we don't know. It's never been tried before. Well, we tried to warn him, but he insisted.
Yes, I know. He's a headstrong chap. Still, you wouldn't think he'd chance it just for the sake of a wallet. Was he armed?
Yes. He had a .375 Express.
375? Well, that's odd. He knows it's too light for dinosaurs.
Yes, but not too light for a man. I say, Roger, You don't think Mr. James is lurking behind a bush back there until we show up again? Planning to pot us as we step out?
That's impossible. We already did step out of the chamber and nothing happened.
Yeah, but that was before Mr. James was waiting with an express rifle cocked. Hey, Doctor?
What, you mean he's planning to murder the two of you?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. I don't suppose there's anything you could do to stop the process now.
No, it's too late. The chamber's in transition now. Look, hadn't you better get out of here before he kills you?
Well, there's no point in running. If Mr. James's theory is right, we've both been dead for 85 million years. We might as well wait and see what happens.
Transition point coming up.
Well, it's been quite a world up to this point. Hey, Roger?
Yes, quite.
Here it goes.
Reggie, are you all right?
Well, I seem to be. What happened?
The time chamber. It's back. We'd better get it open.
Good Lord, look at that.
Ghastly, isn't it? Where did it come from?
I'm not sure. But I rather think it came from the Middle Cretaceous era. Wasn't here a moment ago.
Ghastly mess. Looks as if every bone was pulverized and every blood vessel burst.
I dare say. But that's his gun, all right. It's James, there's no doubt of it. So, that's the story, Mr. Seligman. Of course, I don't understand the mathematics, but the idea's rather easy to grasp. Nobody had shot us when we first emerged on the 24th of April, 85 million BC. And so, of course, that couldn't be changed. The instant James started to do anything that would make a paradox, the space-time forces snapped him forward and ripped him to bits. Well, they know a good deal about that now, and there's a safety margin of 500 years between each trip. You can't have paradoxes, you know. It just isn't done. And you see, I'm a lot more careful now. I shouldn't have taken James when I knew what a spoiled, unstable sort he was. Or Holtzinger either, when I saw that he was too small to shoot a dinosaur gun. With a heavier gun, he'd probably have knocked the Tyrannosaur down and saved his own life. So, Mr. Seligman, that's why I won't take you to that period to hunt. I'm sorry, but you're just too light. You're not big enough to handle a gun for dinosaur.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features the story of a man who develops a spaceship that travels so fast that its pilots vanish mysteriously into thin air. Read the Vaughn Shelton story, Point of Departure, in Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand now. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you A Gun for Dinosaur, a story from the pages of Galaxy, written by L. Sprague de Camp, patent consultant and one of our leading authors of science fiction. It was adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Alastair Duncan, Wendell Holmes, John Gibson, Donald Buca, Warren Parker, and Alan Hewitt. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Let's visit lovable Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
By transcription. It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties present Dimension X.
On stage tonight, Dimension X, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations.
It's National Wheaties Week. The week to buy Wheaties and eat Wheaties and enjoy them as never before. The time to really find out what difference a good breakfast with Wheaties can make. You know, you're getting protein when you dip into a bowl full of Wheaties. You're getting whole wheat minerals and vitamins. You're getting whole wheat energy. Yup, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's how a better breakfast, beginning with Wheaties, can help you step lively all morning long. And that's why all over this big country, folks are celebrating National Wheaties Week and stepping lively. So how about it? Get out the big cereal bowl and help celebrate Breakfast of Champions. Pour out those golden flakes, put on the milk, put on the fruit, and let's have National Wheaties Week. You ready? Let's go.
Tonight, Dimension X presents The Martian Chronicles, a dramatization of the new novel by one of our most brilliant young science fiction writers, Ray Bradbury. The Martian Chronicles. January in the year 1999. 1 minute it was Ohio winter with doors closed, the panes blind with frost, icicles fringing every roof, children skiing on snowy slopes. And then a long wave of warmth crossed the small town, a flooding sea of hot air.
Bye, Mom. I'm going out. William McClellan, you come back here. You know you can't go out in winter without a coat. Do you want to catch your death of cold?
But it isn't cold. It's warm outside. It's rocket summer.
Rocket summer?
You know, like Indian summer.
The rocket lay on the launching field, blowing out pink clouds of fire and heat, cracking the icicles, melting the snow, making summer with every breath of its mighty exhausts. It seared the faces of the watching crowd and drove them back. And then they saw the red fire and heard the big sound as the silver rocket shot up toward Mars and left them behind on an ordinary Monday morning on the ordinary planet, Earth. They lived in a house of crystal pillars on the planet Mars by the edge of an empty sea. And every morning you could see Ila eating the golden fruits that grew from the crystal walls, or her husband sitting alone in his room reading from a singing metal book, over which he brushed his hand as one might play a harp. Ila and her husband were not old. Once they had liked painting pictures with chemical fire, swimming in the canals when the wine trees filled them with green liquors, and talking into the dawn together. But no more. Marriage sometimes makes people old and familiar while still young, and Ila was not happy now. This morning she sat dreaming between the crystal pillars and wished that somehow a miracle might happen. And then suddenly...
Ila, did you call?
No.
I thought I heard you cry out.
Did I? I was almost asleep and had a dream.
In the daytime? You don't often do that.
Strange. How very strange. I dreamed about a man. A tall man. 6 feet tall.
Oh, how absurd. He'd be a giant, a misshapen giant.
I know. And yet somehow he looked quite handsome. He was dressed in a strange uniform. And he came down out of the sky in a long silver craft.
Out of the sky? What nonsense.
He spoke pleasantly to me in another language. But somehow I understood him with my mind. Telepathy, I suppose.
Oh, really, Ila?
And he said, I've come from the 3rd planet in my ship. My name is Nathaniel York.
A stupid name. Who ever heard of a name like that?
Perhaps they have names like that on Earth.
That's ridiculous, Ila. Everyone knows the 3rd planet is incapable of supporting life. There's too much oxygen in their atmosphere.
I suppose. But haven't you ever wondered if... Well, wouldn't it be fascinating if there were people there, and they traveled through space in some sort of ship?
Really, Ila? You know, I hate this emotional wailing. Now, let's get on with our work.
Evening came. The twin white moons of Mars were rising, and the house closed itself in like a giant flower. A wind blew among the pillars, stirring Ila's russet hair, crooning softly in her ear. And it was then that she began singing the song.
Drink to me only thine eyes, and I will pledge with mine.
Ila, what's that song?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? I've never heard it before. Did you compose it?
No. Yes. No, I don't know, really. I don't even know what the words are. They're in another language. It was part of the dream I had, I guess.
Oh. You know, you haven't been yourself lately. It might do you good if we went away to the Blue Mountains for a week or so.
What?
Did you hear what I said?
I'm sorry. I was watching the sky.
You're certainly interested in the sky tonight.
It's very beautiful.
Well, what about my suggestion? Shall we leave for the Blue Mountains in the morning?
You mean go away now? Oh, no.
No? Why not? Why don't you want to go?
I don't know. I just don't want to, that's all. Oliver kiss the cup, and I'll not ask for...
Ila, I'm sick of that silly song. It's late. Let us sleep.
From the crystal walls poured a soft carpeting of mist to support Ila where she lay down to sleep. But through the night she tossed restlessly until just at dawn the dream recurred.
Ila, wake up.
What? Oh, what is it?
You've been dreaming again. You talked in your sleep.
Did I?
Yes. What were you dreaming?
Oh, the ship. It came from the sky again. And the tall man stepped out and talked with me, telling me little jokes and laughing.
What else happened?
And then this Captain York... Oh, I can't. It's all so silly.
Tell me!
He said I was beautiful. And then he kissed me.
I thought so. What else?
Why, Eel, you're so bad-tempered. It's only a dream.
Is it? You know I can read your mind. You can't keep secrets from me.
Well, all that happened was this Captain York told me... Well, he told me he'd take me away in his ship into the sky. Take me back to his planet with him. It's quite ridiculous, really.
Ridiculous, is it? You should have heard yourself. Fawning on him, talking to him, singing with him all night. In your dream, he landed in Green Valley, didn't he?
Please.
And he told you he was coming today.
Yes. But what's come over you? It was only a dream. You can't be jealous of that.
No, I suppose not. Forgive me. I'm being childish.
Eel, you're sick. You've been working too hard.
No, I'm all right. But perhaps you're right. Maybe I could use a little relaxation.
Yes.
I think I'll take the morning off and go hunting.
Hunting?
Yes, in Green Valley.
Numbly, she watched him go to a closet and draw forth an evil-looking weapon. And then her husband was gone, walking toward Green Valley. And Ila waited, watching the sky for an unknown thing, trembling with a nameless fear. And then it happened. A whirring, rushing sound. The warmth as of a giant fire passing in the air. The gleam of metal in the sky.
He's come. It's true. The dream is true.
The rocket vanished over the hill. The sky was empty again. And trembling, Ila waited again, looking toward Green Valley and seeing nothing. Listening for sounds and hearing nothing. Until... a shot sounded, very sharply. The sound of the evil weapon.
Oh, no. No.
Her body jerked with the sound, and she wanted to scream and never stop screaming. For now she knew the dream could never come true. There was nothing left but the song, the strange and fine and beautiful song.
Drink to me only with thine eye, and I will pledge with mine, or leave a kiss within the cup.
But still the rockets came. The next ship came down from the stars and the black velocities and the silent gulfs of space and landed by night near a Martian city. The men made their way to the outer rim of the dreaming city, and then Jeff Spender went in to reconnoiter while the others watched and waited for something to stir in the haunted city, some gray form to rise, some voice to break the unearthly stillness. Where were the people? Where were the Martians? Nothing stirred to disturb the silence until...
Halt! Who goes there?
Don't shoot!
Hold it, Parker. Let Spender and his party. They're coming back.
Captain Wilder!
Over here!
Well, Captain, we've searched the city. People were living here last week.
People?
Martians.
Where are they now?
Dead.
Dead? What did they die of?
You won't believe it, Captain. Chickenpox.
Good Lord, no.
Yes. No resistance to an Earth disease, I guess.
So the other rocket did get through to Mars.
It looks like it, Captain. God only knows what the Martians did to them. But at least we know what they did to the Martians.
You mean they're all dead?
Yes. This planet is through.
Hey, you hear that, guys? We're safe. Break out a bottle, Cookie. Let's have a drink to celebrate.
Stop it, Parkhill. Put down that bottle.
What's eating you, Spender? The planet's ours now. We got to christen it, don't we? I christen thee the city of... I christen... Hey, Park Hill City.
Park Hill, I warned you.
All right, Spender, that's enough. That'll cost you a $50 fine. Cookie, McClure, take care of Park Hill. Spender, you come with me. All right, Spender, why did you hit him?
I don't know, Captain. I was ashamed, I guess. Ashamed of Sam Parkhill and the noise and the spectacle the whole crew is making.
It's been a long trip. It's only natural they'd want to have their fling.
Yes, but where's their sense of what's right? Their respect for what's happened here? Captain, a race builds itself for 1,000,000 years, refines itself, builds cities like this one, does everything it can to give itself respect and beauty, and then it dies. Of what? Not anything fine or majestic or fitting, but a dirty little thing like chickenpox. And Sam Parkhill wants to celebrate.
I know, Spender, but you've got to remember you've a different way of seeing things.
I'm seeing things all right. I'm seeing what we'll do to Mars. We'll rip it up, rip the skin off, ruin it the way we've ruined our own planet. Captain, look at the city. It may be the last time you'll ever see it this way.
Beautiful in the moonlight, isn't it?
Yes. There's a poem by Byron that describes it, and how the Martians would feel tonight, if there were any of them left to feel. So we'll go no more a-roving so late into the night. Though the heart be still as loving and the moon be still as bright. For the sword outwears its sheath, and the soul wears out the breast. And the heart must pause to breathe, and love itself must rest. Though the night was made for loving and the day returns too soon. Yet we'll go no more a-roving by the light of the moon.
Without a word, the Earthmen stood and looked at the city. The bottle lay shattered at Sam Parkhill's feet, and the sour stench of liquor filled the cool air. The men of Earth had come to Mars.
Dimension X will continue in just a moment.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, the week when everybody tries Wheaties, even an orchestra leader. And here he comes from behind the scenes in radio to help celebrate National Wheaties Week, Mr. Von Dexter.
Thank you, Frank. Hello, folks. I understand this is National Wheaties Week. I kind of get a kick out of that. The only breakfast food in the world with a week of its own. And I'm here for just one thing, to ask you to try Wheaties during National Wheaties Week. There are a lot of us whose voices you've never heard on the Wheaties big parade of radio programs, you know. Backstage people.
Like musicians.
Right, Frank, like musicians. We'd get great pleasure from knowing you like these programs well enough to buy a box of Wheaties tomorrow. Wheaties are good. They're nice to eat. I like them. I think you will. Try them once during National Wheaties Week. Will you do that?
Vaughn, I think the folks will.
Good. Thank you. Good night.
The men of Earth came to Mars. They came because they were afraid or unafraid, because they were happy or unhappy, because they felt like pilgrims or did not feel like pilgrims. The government posters screamed, "There's work for you in the sky. See Mars!" And the men shuffled forward, all kinds of men, all coming for different reasons. The rockets came like drums beating in the night. They came like locusts, swarming and settling in blooms of rosy smoke. Mars was a distant shore, and the settlers spread upon it in waves. First the pioneers and builders, then the people of civilization. Some came because they were afraid of a coming war on Earth. Some came because they were afraid of nothing. Some came to escape from the smell of the subways and the cabbage tenements. And some came from houses like the one in Ohio. It was a good house, the house in Ohio, and for 6 years the family had lived there contentedly, enjoying music and poetry and the rich, warm things of life. For the house had been built to be lived in the year 2020. It contained all the latest automatic devices, from talking book recorders to singing clocks.
7 o'clock, time to rise, open your eyes. Tick-tock, 7 o'clock, time to rise, open your eyes.
As the family rose and dressed, the beds whirred electronically and made themselves. In the kitchen, the stove sighed and ejected from its warm interior 8 eggs, sunny side up, 12 bacon slices, 2 coffees, and 2 glasses of milk.
7-9, breakfast time. Come and dine. 7-9.
Beside the breakfast table, the facsimile machine clacked and deposited the morning paper on the table. The headlines today spoke ominously of the danger of a coming war, and the man frowned as he read the news.
Today is August 4th, 2026. Insurance, gas, and at and heat bills are due. And today, remember, the family has planned a picnic.
Gee, Dad, are we really going?
Sure, Timmy, why not?
It's raining out.
It's not raining where we're going, son. Now run upstairs, pack your fishing tackle. We're going on our picnic, all right.
Okay, Dad.
Bill, are you sure we ought to go?
Yes. Have you seen the headlines this morning?
Looks bad, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. The rocket's ready. All we have to do is pack and take off.
I know, but... Well, flying to Mars, it seems so crazy. Well, all right, then we'll go. Should we tell the children why we're going?
No, not yet. Let them enjoy the picnic.
The house went on with its appointed tasks.
9:15, time to clean. 9:15, time to clean.
Out of the molding darted hundreds of tiny mechanical mice, all rubber and metal. They sucked up the dust and dirt in the house and popped back into their burrows. In the walls, relays clicked, memory tapes glided under electric eyes, recorded voices moved under steel needles.
12 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, tick-tock, 8 o'clock.
Evening came. In the living room, the hearth fire bloomed out of nothing, and the phonograph spoke from beside the fireplace.
Mrs. McClellan, what poem would you like to hear this evening? Mr. McClellan? Since you express no preference, I shall select at random from among your favorites. Sarah Teasdale, There Will Come Soft Rains.
There will come soft rains, and the smell of the ground
and swallows circling with their shimmering sound, and frogs in the pools singing at night, and wild plum trees in tremulous white. Robins will wear their feathery fire, whistling their whims on a low fence wire, and not one will know of war, not one will care at last when it is done. Not one would mind, neither bird nor tree, if mankind perished utterly. And spring herself, when she woke at dawn, would scarcely know that we were gone.
The phonograph finished the poem, but there was no one there to hear, for the family had gone to Mars. On the Martian desert beside the highway, there rose a blare of red and yellow neon lights that spelled the death of Jeff Spender's dream. Sam's hot dog stand is what the sign read, and Sam, of course, was the same Sam Parkhill who had fought with Spender years before. 10,000 rockets were reported leaving soon for Mars, with 100,000 hungry customers, and Sam wanted to be ready for them.
Hey, look up there, Elmer. See that green star up there? That's Earth. Good old wonderful Earth. Makes you feel almost reverent, don't it?
Yeah.
Send me you're hungry and you're starved. Something. That's a poem I learned at school. Come on, Earth, send me your rockets. Here's Sam Parkhill with the only hot dog stand on Mars.
Sam, what if the rockets don't come? What if there's a war on Earth?
Don't worry, they're coming all right. Ain't nothing gonna happen to spoil my plans, baby. I figured it all out.
Sam! Hey, Sam, look up there! Earth!
Oh, what? Oh, no.
It's catching fire. It's burning.
No, that can't be Earth. Elmer, they can't do this to me. I got all our money invested in this place.
Go ahead, Sam. Switch on more lights. Turn up the music. Get the hot dogs on the fire. There'll be another batch of customers coming along in about 100 million years.
Oh, no, it couldn't be.
What a swell spot for a hot dog stand. Let you in on a little secret, Sam. This looks like it's going to be an off-season.
The light beam radio crackled with the news. By morning, the shelves of the luggage store were empty, and the rockets were blasting off, headed back to Earth. In a few days, everyone was gone, and the planet of Mars once more lay deserted and silent. And then, after all the rest had gone, one last rocket landed on Mars. A small, family-sized rocket come all the way from Earth. It seemed a long way to go for a picnic, but Dad had suggested a fishing trip, and Mother thought the whole family would enjoy a vacation. So here they were, floating down a Martian canal, with Timothy sitting in the back of the boat with Dad and Mother up front holding Alice the baby, and the deserted Martian towns drifting slowly by.
Dad,
What is it, Timmy?
when do we see the Martians? You promised we would.
Soon, Tim, soon.
Oh, but William, the last Martians died out years ago. They're a dead race now.
Not quite. Don't worry, son. I'll show you some real live Martians later on.
Gee, this is swell. I wish we didn't ever have to go home. How long can we stay?
1,000,000 years.
1,000,000 years?
Yes. It's time we told you, son. We're not going home. This is where we'll live from now on.
But what about the rocket? What about Ohio?
There's nothing there now but ruins. The last Earth radio just went off the air. That means the war is over and Earth is finished. We're going to blow up our rocket and start all over. See if we can't build a better world up here.
You mean Mars is going to be our home?
Yes. I hope you don't mind too much.
No, sir. But what about the Martians? When do we get to see them?
There they are, son. Look down at the water.
I don't see anything there.
Beside the boat. Look at the reflections in the water.
But that's us down there. Just you and me and Mom and the baby.
Yes, son. You see, We're the Martians now.
For a long, silent moment, Timmy stared down at the reflections of the family in the waters, and the Martian stared back up at him. Then he lifted his eyes to the deep ocean sky, trying once more to see Earth and the house he had always called home. But Earth was too far away, and the house was now only a heap of radioactive rubble. Only one wall remained standing, and within the wall a voice spoke again and again and again.
Not one would mind, neither bird nor tree, if mankind perished utterly, and spring herself, when she woke at dawn, would scarcely know that we were gone, that we were gone, that we were gone, that we were gone, that we were gone,
Today is
that we
October
were
5th,
gone.
2026. Today is October 5th, 2026.
You have just heard The Martian Chronicles, a dramatization of highlights from the new novel by Ray Bradbury. Your narrator was Norman Rose, and featured in the cast were Inga Adams, Roger DeKoven, and Donald Buca. Music by Albert Berman, engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by Van Woodward and directed by Jack Cuny. In a moment, we'll tell you about next week's show. And now, here is your Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Go out and get the Wheaties. It's National Wheaties Week. Yep, this is the week everybody's trying Wheaties. See yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. A better breakfast beginning with Wheaties can help make a wonderful difference because there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. So eat happy, work happy. Wheaties, breakfast of champions. Get yours. Get yours. It's National Wheaties Week.
Next week, the strange and chilling story of the parade. The parade that suddenly turned into a funeral procession for the world of tomorrow. The world of...
Dimension X.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen on Saturday, that's tomorrow night, to Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. Remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Swing your partners right and left. It's National Wheaties Week. Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties, a breakfast of champions.
The preceding was transcribed. Coming up is Jack Late. Listen for Bill Bendix, October 6th on NBC.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Sweet Check, Ice Check, and Good Hot Wilson present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are exploring a deserted city on the planet Saturn. As they enter a room filled with precious gems, a stealthy figure slinks to the door and aims a ray gun at them.
Look out, Commander. He's got a ray gun. He's firing.
Quick, Hap, run down that passage.
Keep going, Happy. He's right behind him. It's dark in here. He won't be able to see us. Commander, it's a dead-end passage. We're trapped.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The Forgotten City. It's the cereal of the future, the real space cereal. The cereal that's different from any other cereal in the universe. The cereal you see on Commander Corey's own breakfast table. Delicious Rice Chex, the cereal with a flavor like no other flavor in all the universe. Delicious Rice Chex, crisp shredded rice, spun in that modern bite-sized design for easy eating. Delicious Rice Chex, a real space cereal. Gang, those bite-sized biscuits have space inside so they can fill up with milk or cream. Try Rice Chex today, the only bite-sized rice cereal in the universe. Rice Chex, the only official Space Patrol rice cereal, Rice Chex. The super cereal that helps to supercharge you. Rice Chex at your grocer's in the brand new red and white checkerboard package with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the magic space picture on the inside. Rice Chex. Rice Chex. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Forgotten City. Buzz and Happy are flying low over the Cinder Mountains on the planet Saturn, searching for a trace of a meteorology specialist, believed to have crashed in his atmosphere ship in the rugged region. So far, their spaceophone receiver has failed to pick up a signal from the automatic transmitter carried by the scientist, Byron Stern.
Professor Stern's transmitter must have finally conked out, Commander. According to Space Patrol Saturn, they're very close to the point from which the signal came. Watch the viewscope, Happy. You may be able to spot the wreckage. Must have been a pretty rugged crash to knock out that automatic transmitter.
Let's hope Stern's had time to get into a spacesuit. If the ship's hull was smashed, it couldn't survive very long in this part of Saturn.
Well, what was it he was trying to tell Space Patrol just before the emergency transmitter cut out?
Well, there's a lot of interference, Happy. Almost like a jamming signal, according to Space Control. The operator thought Stearns was telling him about sighting another atmosphere ship making close passes at him.
Something? You're on a lab ship?
Well, if we can prove something was responsible for whatever happened to Professor Stearns, then pilot will be grounded permanently.
And if he thought Professor Stearns was in trouble, he probably got away from this area as fast as he could. We may not be able to trail him.
Well, we'll see. If that was the case, the pilot was further negligent in not notifying Space Control if the lab ship was in trouble. We'll just keep searching. The last signal from the professor's emergency transmitter tells us that his ship is grounded.
I hope he didn't end up in one of those narrow ravines.
There's a chance he might have landed on the other side of the mountain range. Go around that peak and circle back.
Commander, am I having hallucinations?
What do you mean?
Well, I was sure we were hundreds of feet from the nearest city, but isn't that an atmosphere still, way up there on that mountain?
Well, it certainly is. It's no hallucination. That's the dome of Rubeck.
Rubeck?
Yes, Rubeck, the forgotten city of Saturn.
Well, what's it doing up there in the Sundar range?
It was built centuries ago by one of Saturn's first space pioneers, a man named Lucian Rubeck, the last remaining privately owned city in the solar system.
It doesn't look very big by modern standards. Still, it's pretty impressive, stuck way up there in the mountain.
It's been deserted for nearly 100 years, Happy. Lucian Rubeck's descendants lived there for several generations, and they gradually drifted away to the larger cities in the planet.
The Forgotten City. I'd like to visit it sometime.
It's pretty interesting. I understand it may be reopened by the government as a museum and put to some other use. That is, if none of the surviving Rubeck family object.
Well, why should they object? They are using the place.
Technically, it's still their property. The government's legal staff has been trying to locate the Rubeck heirs. Plenty are still alive. Corey, here, go ahead.
Commander,
Is he all right?
oh, yes. We're going to space.
The Vulcan range. That's 100 BU from the Sundar region.
Yes. The automatic transmitter has been out of adjustment.
I'm glad he's been found. Did he say how he crashed?
We weren't able to get much information from him, and we haven't found records of the ship.
Where is he now?
Being brought to Saturn City Hospital. None of the care for space.
Withdraw all patrols except the squadron in the Vulcan range. Let's proceed with the search till Stern's ship is found.
Yes, ma'am.
Corey out.
That's rather strange, isn't it, sir?
About Stern showing up in the Vulcan range? Yes, sir. Probably confused about his exact location. The important thing is he's safe.
Yeah, and very lucky. His best bet would have been to stay with the wrecked ship instead of wandering through the mountains.
We'll give Stern a chance to recover from his ordeal before we question him. In the meantime, are you still curious about the Forgotten City?
Yes, sir.
Then get out of spacesuit. We'll land outside the dome and do a little investigating.
Tiny is installed yesterday. Louder still, huh? You'll know in a minute. I'll open the switch housing. Let's see. Inside. Oh, here we are. So far, so good. Now let's try the interlock and go in for Lubeck City. Once you get inside the dome, the city really does big. 100 years ago, Lubeck City was one of the most important settlements of Santa Fe. And now it's completely deserted. Ham, check your atmosphere indicator. Yes. That's what's going to indicate the city's air has been depleted after 100 years. I think they'll open the faceplate for our helmets.
Oh, the air is really full. How do you account for that, Commander?
Well, there are two explanations. The dome is so well constructed that none of the poisonous Saturn air is leaked in, or else the atmosphere washing plant is still in operation.
After 100 years?
You wouldn't have to live very often. Nothing inside the city shell to use up the air.
Oh, that's right. Smoking rockets. This is some city. Look at the tower up there.
Lubeck Tower. Wilson Lubeck designed it himself. That is headquarters on the top floor.
And now Lubeck is a ghost city, completely deserted.
Makes you realize how impermanent human beings are. Uh-oh.
What is it, sir? What did you find?
I saw a bottle in the snow.
Oh, probably thrown there by one of the last people to leave Lubeck.
The medicine bottle. Space sickness formula. CH-5.
And whoever threw it there hasn't been troubled with space sickness for 100 years.
That's a sure. This is the new formula. Hasn't been on the market more than 6 months.
What?
Your eyes open, Hank. Evidently, Lubeck City isn't as deserted as we thought.
Come in.
There are visitors in the city.
I know, sir. I've been watching them from the tower room. They're space patrol.
What are they doing here? We've got to get rid of them.
Don't get excited, sir. By their casual attitude, they must think the city's deserted.
But no one ever comes here. They must know something.
If they suspected what we're using the city for, they'd have brought more men with them. Let them snoop around. It isn't likely they'll come up here.
Suppose Grayson comes back while they're here.
I've contacted Grayson by spaceophone. He'll keep away from the city until the space patrolmen leave.
It'll get rid of the lab ship pilot.
Yes. Turn him loose in the Vulcan Mountains. The pilot's already been picked up.
Suppose he tells them he was shut down near Lubeck.
He's in a very dazed, confused condition. Grayson's all right. Space Patrol will assume the pilot was mistaken. Besides, you removed all trace of the wreckage of the ship.
Yes, and I destroyed the automatic transmitter.
Then there's nothing to worry about.
But old Hannah, the Space Patrol and the city...
I know why they're here. The government's getting ready to take over Lubeck.
We have to leave before they find the stolen jewels and space credits we hidden here.
They won't search the city when they find out I'm the great-great-granddaughter of Lucy and Lubeck.
What? You are a descendant of Lucy and Lubeck?
No, of course not. But I can convince the government I am. I'm having special documents forged in Saturn City right now. I'll be able to convince the most skeptical attorney that I'm really the only living legal heir to Lubeck City.
Oh, I hope so. But I still don't like the idea of those space patrolmen snooping around.
Let them snoop. And don't interfere.
Oh, this is some building, Commander.
Yes, Michael. Lubeck's spent a fortune on this one building alone.
Where's the elevator, sir? Shall we look at the town? We could get a real good look at the city from here.
Just a minute, Happy. Look at the carvings on this door. I bet anything Lucy and Lubeck had this imported from the front door.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like the door was taken from an ancient Oriental temple.
From a deserted city on Earth to a deserted city on Saturn.
It's a massive handle. You don't see metal work of this kind anymore, Happy. This door leads.
Wait, there's a light on in
Flashed on automatically now. Opens the door. Let's have a look. We'll go up to the tower later.
Yes, sir. Oh, this must have been Lucy and Lubeck's treasure room.
That's amazing. Look at those gold and silver buckets. And flashing candlesticks.
Oh, look. An ancient cotton electric lamp stone.
I thought Lubeck's descendants had cleaned out everything of value from this room. Apparently they were.
Imagine all this stuff sitting here for hundreds of years and with no lock on the door.
I don't know, Happy.
This object isn't 100 years old. Yeah, it's a model spaceship, studded with jewels. It's a very recent model, too. Diamond and ruby. Happy to see it. For the same thing. Uh-oh. Look out, Commander. There's a man with a ray gun. Hold your fire. We're space patrolmen.
That's why I am shooting.
Quick, Happy, down this passage.
You aren't going to escape that way.
Keep going, Happy's right behind us. Yes, sir. It's dark in here. He won't be able to see us. Commander, it's a dead-end passage. We're trapped.
That's right. You're trapped. And I'm going to wait right here and pick you off. One at a time.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hi, gang. Captain Dick Tupel speaking from the planet Earth. Doing a man-on-the-street broadcast this morning to see what some of these kids here on Earth think about the 3 official Space Patrol breakfast cereals. Now, here's a sharp-looking lad. Say there, what'd you say the very first time you tried bite-sized wheat checks?
I said,
And here's another fine-looking chap. Son, what did you say the very first time you tried bite-sized rice checks?
I said.
And here's still another youngster. Tell me, what's your opinion of Instant Ralston, a hot super cereal made of rich whole wheat?
Man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man.
Try 'em yourself, gang. You'll say the very same thing.
Mm-hmm. Man, oh, man, oh, man.
Yes, get 'em today, boys and girls. Rice checks, wheat checks, good hot Ralston.
And remember, checks now have a brand new package with Buzz Courier, Cadet Happy on the outside, and the Magic Space Picture on the inside.
And now back to Space Patrol and the adventure of the Forgotten City. Buzz and Happy were searching for an atmosphere ship crashed in the Cinder Mountains of Saturn near the deserted city of Rubeck. After learning from Space Control that the missing pilot has been found 100 BUs away, Buzz and Happy decided to visit the deserted city. They entered the atmosphere shell without any trouble. But, unknown to the Space Patrolman, Rubeck is being used by a woman named Orlana as a hideout for stolen jewels. While Buzz and Happy were examining a treasure room in the base of a tower, they were fired upon by Orlana's henchman, Shefka. Now, Shefka has them cornered in a darkened passage and is waiting to shoot them with his ray gun.
Don't try to sneak up on me. I can hear every move you make. I warned you.
I'll take that ray gun. Have you got him, sir? No, stay down, Happy. He broke loose after him, Hap. Yes, sir. There he goes to that door. He's locked that door on this way on the spot. It's opening, sir. After him, quickly. He's in the elevator, Commander. Come out of there. Now he's going up to the tower. We'll take the stairs. Come on, Happy.
Oh, you fool. You blundering fool.
But they were in a treasure room at the base of the tower.
What if they were? You could have explained everything that's there. I have a difficult time now after your idiotic interference.
I'm sorry, Orlana. I only did what I thought was best.
Captain Space Patrolman. They'd never have known anyone was in the city to obey my order.
What are we going to do now?
I'll have to face them and make an explanation. They're probably searching the tower now.
Hey, if you get me another gun, I could still fight them out.
No. Get in the next room and contact Tracy. Tell him to come in with his Space Patrol ships outside the shell and nothing.
I thought that...
You've done all the thinking you're going to do. Now I'll just do what I tell you. I can explain our presence here. I can explain Draken's. If the Space Patrol is skeptical, well, Draken's a good man to have around.
Yes. Draken can handle that.
If you keep your mouth shut, we won't need Draken. Now go on. Make that Space Patrol first.
Yes, Orlana.
I'll go out and look for
This is the top floor of the tower, sir. I'll be careful. I'll search every room. Where do I get my hands on the top?
Oh, there you are. I was hoping I'd find you.
We're looking for someone, too.
Oh, you mean Shefka, my assistant. He told me what happened. I'm terribly sorry.
Where is he? I want to talk to him.
Please step in here. He'll be right out.
Thanks. Come on, Happy. Yes, sir. I'm Commander Corey of the Space Patrol.
And I'm Orlana Rubeck.
Rubeck? And you're related to the Lucian Rubeck who built this city.
Yes, that's right. He was my great-great-grandfather.
I was under the impression that the city was deserted.
Well, I came here a few months ago with a couple of servants. Schefter, the man who fired at you, has been with the family for years.
Does he always treat visitors so cordially?
Oh, really, I'm awfully sorry about that. Schefter has a great sense of loyalty. He thinks his chief duty is to protect me.
So why do you live here in this deserted city?
I'm not surprised if you're curious, but the explanation's very simple. I'm writing a book about my family.
You like to work in solitude, huh?
Yes, it's a great inspiration to work right here in New Beck City, where so much of Saturn's history is made. And, too, there are many ancient records and family documents right at home.
I see. I suppose that you can prove that you're a member of the Rubeck family.
Oh, naturally. I can refer to some influential people in Saturn City.
Now, would you bring your servant out here, please?
Yes, I'll be only a moment.
Yes, sir? What do you think? I don't know. Just writing a book is as good an explanation for being here as any. Matter of fact, a book about the Rubecks would no doubt be very popular. We'll see. Commander, look at this plastic folder. It is on your desk. That's right. Looks like an official identification folder. Okay, this is Byron Stone's ID folder. Huh? The lab ship, huh? Yes. It was found in the Vulcan Mountain. The identification folder is here in Rubeck City. Oh. How could his... That was nothing here.
Here he is, Commander. This is Schefter.
Commander Corey, please accept my apology. I was greatly in the wrong. I acted from a mistaken sense of duty. If you thought we were intruders, there'd be some excuse, but have you forgotten that you seemed to accept the fact that we were space patrolmen at the time? Well, I acted on impulse, Commander. Again, I'm sorry. All right, Chester. Miss Rubeck.
Yes, Commander.
I'm just telling Cadet Happy that a book on the Rubeck family ought to be very popular.
Oh, I hope so, Commander.
I'd like to look over the first few chapters of your manuscript.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm nearing the note-gathering stage right now. There's really nothing down in manuscript form that anyone could read but myself.
Oh, I see. And would you show me around the tower? I imagine you must have a lot of time to kill, right?
Well, is this an official search, Commander?
No, we have a warrant, but if you object to a formal tour...
Oh, no, not at all. Chester and I'll be delighted to show you around.
Judging by a few items Happy and I saw down below, this ought to be very interesting.
Well, I think you've seen just about every room in the tower, Commander.
How about that room over there?
Oh, that's just a closet for cleaning supplies.
Would you mind opening it?
Well, really, Commander...
Or I could come back with a warrant and squat at the door.
Very well, if you insist. But there's really nothing in there. Unlock it, Chester.
Joanna.
Open it, Chester.
Well, some real old family heirlooms. Stacks of space credits. And very new. I got money in a closet for cleaning supplies.
I suppose it is rather odd. But then here in this deserted city, one place is just little to nothing.
I'd like to ask you something, Miss Ruben. How do you happen to have an identification holder belonging to a space patrol scientist named Byron Stone?
Byron Stone? What? I don't understand.
Strange was reported in trouble in this area. Then was rescued in the Vulcan Mountain region. I'm waiting for an explanation, Miss Ruben.
Drayton, get them.
Yes, Solana. Look out, Commander. That thing's kind of a big one. Now for you, my smaller friend.
Take your big mitts off me.
Quit struggling or I'll break your arm.
Ow! I'll help you, Drayton.
Get away, Captain. I can handle it.
You got here just in time, Drayton.
What did you do?
They just wandered in. They know about that lab ship pilot. They found his identification folder.
Better take care of him for good.
I don't want any slip-ups this time, Drayton.
You better let me take care of it. He fumbled the last one.
Don't listen to him, Alana. I can fix it. Hold still, Cadet.
Ow! Oh, my shoulder.
Better hurt, sir. They can capable of breaking you in two.
Yeah. Chester, too, if he doesn't keep his mouth shut.
That's enough of that, Drayton. I need both of them.
You see, you big Venus buffalo.
Stop that bickering.
Drayton falls were in this night. You have the lab ship's pilot folder in your office.
That's enough of that shit. Having been for your stupid behavior, he's never known you were here.
Well, what did he do, Alana?
Doesn't matter. I told him about it.
Oh, still, Cadet, or I'll fix you like I did the other time.
The other fellow is Commander Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol.
Oh. Oh, what do you think of that? I have knocked out the great Commander Corey.
That's just fine, Drayton. I've got more work for you to do.
Yes.
You and Chester get rid of the commander's ship. Chester, take the ship far away from here and hide it securely. Draken will take my ship and bring Chester back.
Very well.
First, we've got to dispose of Corey and the cadets. I need space, I think. Tracy Beck's to be searched by the space patrol. There's a room in the sub-basement of the tower. Seal them in there, Grayson. The room behind the stairs.
Yeah.
And make sure you seal the door up completely. I don't want anyone to suspect that we're using the room there.
You leave it to me, all right.
Chester, I'll have Drayton take these two down to sub-basement.
Yes, all right. Go ahead, Grayson. What did Chester do while I was gone? You were to bring the space patrol, huh?
Just follow my orders, Drayton. And Chester, I'll stand near that small group in the face. Both of you report to me.
Commander. We've got to do something quick. In a room in the sub-basement of the tower. Orlando has one of the men sealing us up in here. Then they're going to get rid of our spaceship so nobody will come looking for it. That big bruiser is out there. See, you can throw it through the window. Anything this window can use as a weapon. I know, so I checked. All of those are some old books and filing cases. There's Drayton grinning in here at us. He's getting ready to seal over the window. Certainly is. He carried me down there under one arm. What are we going to do, sir? I'm going to get him to open the door for him. Whatever we do, we've got to do it quick. Let's see what we can do, sir. The door's locked and practically sealed. And when Drayton and Chester get rid of terrified, nobody will ever even come down here looking for it. Maybe, Chester. Up on the surface level, I think. What if they do? I don't think those two like each other. They both seem to go out of their way to make the other look stupid in front of their army. They do. Drayton kept asking questions about what went on while he was away. I got the impression he wasn't very smart, but he was awfully inquisitive. And suspicious, perhaps. You see how curious it really is. It's better work in those books and filing cabinets, Happy. Huh? You take the files after there's already found something about Drayton point out and pretend we found some information about him. Did it? As though Orlando had a secret file on their henchman who was with it. The idea. We can arouse Drayton's curiosity. You watching this happen? It sure is. He stops the man at the door and he's gawking in through the window. Point at the gun. So it's a great joke. It doesn't matter what they say. Point at the files. Yes, sir. Yeah. Hey, what a dope this Drayton is. You know, he's just about dumb enough to tear down that concrete and open the door and find out what we're doing in here. Yeah. Hey, look at that big, dumb face. He's just aching to know what we found in here in the files, Commander.
That's very interesting.
Hey, what have you got in that?
Nothing.
Oh, don't try to fool me. I've been watching you through the door. What does it say about me in those files?
Would there be anything about you in here, Drayton?
There's something in there, I know it. Some lies Chef told Alana. That's it. He's up there now laughing at me. He figures he tricked me into sealing up evidence against myself, right where he can get his hands on it when he needs it.
Drayton, there's nothing in these files about you.
Get out of the way. You can't fool me, Corey.
Oh, I guess that's right.
Corey, you can.
I've got him, Commander.
Yes.
Oh!
Back with me, will you? Now, Corey.
No, now, you Drayton. Yes, hey, Commander, you're not Drayton cold.
Yeah. Let's get out of here before he comes to.
Chester, hasn't Drayton finished sealing up that room yet?
No, Orlando. But I could have done it in half the time.
Clumsy oaf. We've got to get Corey's ship away from New City right away.
While Drayton and I are gone, you might hide the stolen money and jewels just in case the Space Patrol squad comes here.
Good idea. We won't take any chances. Go down to sub-basement and see what's taking Drayton so long.
Afraid that Drayton got a little too curious, Alana.
Corey! Chester, do something!
Come back here, Shifka boy.
Get him, Happy.
Let go of me.
Come on, Shifka. I've got him, Commander.
Take Shefka's ray gun. Go down and bring Drayton up here.
Yes, sir. Oh, Commander, while I'm down there, shall I bring up some of those files?
What for?
Well, sir, I just thought that Orlana might really decide to write a book about Rubeck, because, well, after all, now she's going to have plenty of time on her hands. Ah!
A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure follows in just a moment. It's a fire. A 4-alarm blaze on Terra. But, hey, what's the matter with that atomic fire-controlled jet car? Oh, too bad. It's trying to get along on ordinary fuel. That fire control officer is filling the tank up with super fuel. Wow! Listen to that fire-controlled jet car go now. It's supercharged, that's what. Supercharged with super fuel. Yes, sir, boys and girls. To really get going, the answer is super fuel. That's why Buzz Corey eats a good breakfast with the super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Ah, there's a couple of really swell-tasting cereals. And both of them have that modern, bite-sized design for easy eating. So, gang, get a quick start in the morning like Buzz Corey does. Eat a good breakfast with a checkerboard super cereal and get supercharged. Get them today. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex in the grand new packages with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the magic space picture on the inside. And now, an exciting action preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are searching for a saboteur in the vat room of a plastics factory on Jupiter. Cautiously, they duck under pipes of hot gas feeding into the vats.
All right, keep your ray gun ready. Yes. Ow. David is right about these pipes being hot. Be careful. He's not behind this one. Let's try number 2. Wow. What was that? One of the pipes has exploded through a valve, probably.
Can rockets feel that heat?
Happy, come on. We got to get out of here.
My throat, I can't breathe.
It's the gas from the broken pipe. That gas is poison.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Vanishing Lake, when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and Knoxville, Tennessee. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Glenn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Bela Kovach, Ken Mayer, Virginia Hewitt, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol comes to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Exciting news for join us vibrant, Boston, Brazilian, mouth-watering cuisine of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.